Perfect. Okay, so welcome everyone to the recap session of this semester of i2dl. And this session is just a voluntary thing that we're doing. I've seen that in the previous semester that I've done that was quite good. And it was quite long, but people learned a lot. And at least that's what they said. So I thought to do it also this semester, as we usually didn't have something like that. And I think it will be nice to go over the material, and I could guide you a little bit what to expect in the exam, how to write your answers to the questions, which is not the most trivial thing. The way I want to do it is because we're going to be, I think, more than 100, as it's just keep climbing. It will be hard for me because I'm only one person and I am also speaking, to follow the chat. So what I'm going to do, if you guys have any questions, I would rather that you would not put it in the chat. If like specific questions about material and what we're doing in the exam. If you have something specific that you want to answer your fellow students, or you just want to mention something that I should do, you cannot hear me or whatever, or something is stuck, then you could of course do it in the chat. But if you have some question, so let's, I don't know what, just a sec. Let's just close. Yeah, let's just stop sharing here, and I will start sharing this thing. Perfect. So let's go on, we'll go on Piazza, okay? Perfect. So already, as you could see, I see that you guys cannot, just a sec. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, but the Piazza thing, because it doesn't give me the green.
Yeah, we can see your Piazza. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So basically, we have the live Q&A session here, and I would like just if you have any question, and I'm going to post myself some questions, and you can just put it here, okay? And then just we will have this discussion page, and you could just write your answer, as many answers as people want. I know that people probably would answer before you, but what I would encourage you to do is to try and formulate an answer yourself to any question that there is. You will have the time. It's gonna stay there, so you don't have to do it on the spot. But even later on, I would recommend to go and start formulating your own answers, and I will go over them later on, just to have some hands-on, because it is different than to know the material and to be able to formulate precisely under pressure in an exam that is 1 hour and a half. So let me go back to Zoom share screen. We're still recording. So let's go over just the structure of the exam. I don't know if everyone has already seen, looked at one of the exams. Our exams are usually 16 to 22 pages of questions that needed to be answered in under than 1.5 hours, which is crazy. It is what it is. This is how TUM does stuff. We could cry about it, or we could just do whatever we can. The first section is going to be multiple choice questions. You're going to get around 9 questions of multiple choice, with either all answers correct or 0 of them. And you will have to get the precise number of correct answers to get the 2 points for each question. Otherwise, unfortunately, you will get no point. This is how the i2dl exam has worked so far. Maybe it will change, but I don't know. This section usually is not as hard, but well, it does require you to know the questions. And of course, it could be confusing. Of course, if there are some mistakes in our formulating, some things is vague and a lot of people get a mistake, later on in the review, we will raise the points, but apparently it is what it is. The thing that I wanted to mention most about the exam, like this is just a lot of questions. Yeah, it's like we have, it will be segmented into different sections. Each section will be over another topic. It'll be optimizations. It could be general questions. It could be something that could be over completely autoencoders or regularization, as you could see here. But we already saw in previous example that we released on Piazza that we have some backpropagation questions. And this is something I would recommend that if you just encounter in your exam, just skip it for a while, continue on, and then if you have time, go back to it. The backpropagation questions are usually not as hard, but they do take a lot of time. Like to get it right and under pressure, etc. It's just not worth it. It is what it is. Like if they are there, they are there. You have to deal with it. But I would recommend just to skip it and come back to it if you finish the exam, because no one ever manages to get the full points in this exam, and it's just a game of getting as many points as you can. Okay. So that's what I would recommend about the exam. Let's see points that I wanted to show. Okay, yes. So we released three example exams on Piazza. Now, many of you have already gone through them and started solving them. I would definitely recommend, if you haven't, to leave one exam to the end. So basically, it's really, really good to have a simulation before you go to the real exam, especially in this i2dl exam, because it's 1 hour and a half and it's long, and you need to see how you deal under pressure and under the time restriction. So I would leave one exam to the end to solve in a simulation within 1 hour and a half, and not solve them all immediately all together. Okay. Another thing that I would recommend you is to already found a study group. When I did i2dl, we founded this group of 8 people. It was over Zoom. And it was super good because, well, it was really easy to just go there. Not everyone has to join all the time. And you have some people to ask questions if you don't understand something. But more than that, you could elaborate and explain yourself, which is the best way to learn anything. I can say from experience. So definitely, like, we could also open a post on Piazza about that you could just go and open your own groups. And I would definitely recommend. And something that I just know from my own experience of studying to exams, hard topics are usually just something that's easily to skip. That you say, what's the chance that they're going to ask about it? Well, from previous i2dl exams, I would say you have to know the advanced topics of this lecture. I know it's just one of the, like, it's the last lecture and it was a lot. So this is why today I'm going to go over this again. I hope at least quite comprehensively, but we will see. Okay, so you should know them, and I will try to guide you what you need to know, because some of the stuff is just redundant. Okay, so I think we are ready to begin. So the way I'm going to do it, I'm going to go over the i2dl communal notes from page 13. I'm going to skip here and there, but basically starting from page 13 here. Okay, and what I'm going to do is go just section by section or topic by topic. I'm going to explain stuff. I'm going to just simultaneously just ask you stuff. You could either, I would rather that you, maybe you could just open your mic. I know that most people wouldn't like to do it, but answer. Maybe to have some discussion so I don't feel like I'm speaking to a black wall. But if you have some specific questions, you should definitely have. And don't be afraid to ask them. No question is stupid. Either ask it on Piazza, and I will look on Piazza and I will try to answer your questions live, or later on. Okay, but I'd rather not to stop at every question that someone has, because we are 103 people currently, and it will be just impossible. Okay, so let us begin. The first thing that I wanted to open with is, before we even touch what only have 11 pages in the communal notes. Okay, so before we begin, let's fix this problem so you guys could follow. Just a sec. Yes, that's true. That's true. For some reason, we have Houston. We have a problem. That's a sec, guys. Let me check if it. Okay. Yes, I think that this one. This is just what the 11 one. Okay. Okay, I saved the communal notes from yesterday, so I'm gonna just upload it and share it with you. i2dl Community Nodes. So einen Moment bitte. I'm uploading the new LaTeX files so you could have. Yeah, I know, but I would like you to be able to edit. So, like, for example, there are still things that we'll find out that are missing, and people could just edit it in LaTeX. So just a sec, it will, it's, okay, when it's ready, I will share it with you, okay? Perfect. So the first thing that before I want to touch, we're going into dive into the topics that we've dealt with, I want to discuss the pipeline of a neural network. And what is a neural network? So a neural network is basically a bunch of functions that are applied on top of each other. Each layer that we could see in this diagram of a neural network represents a function. It could be either a convolution, it could be either a fully connected layer, as we could see here. It could be some activation functions that add nonlinearity. It could be batch normalization, dropout, softmax, loss functions, all together. All of them stuck together, eventually giving us a scalar representing a loss function, which we try to minimize in order to basically get as the best results as we can at the end. So in order basically to solve our task at hand. Now, it was a question in previous exams. Give me state the pipeline of a neural network. So what do we do when we get now to a new project that we have? What do we have to do? First of all, would be we have an architecture, right? We've thought we need to do a segmentation network or we need a classification. We built an architecture. The first thing we have to do is to initialize our weights. Each function, learnable function, would have learnable weights. And we need to initialize them with some logic. It could be, of course, you could also initialize them just to 0. And you could think for yourself, why is it a good thing? Why is it a bad thing? And after we've initialized the weights, we basically prepare the data. So preparing the data is actually a crucial step. You need to see that you have, you make it normalized. You could apply data augmentation to this step. And to see that your ground truth, you load it correspondingly to like input to its corresponding ground truth. Like step by step, it's a crucial step. And then we could start training. How does training look like? We basically take, as we can see here in the sketch, usually these neural network sketches basically represent one input instance, not a batch. We could take an image that we, for example, flatten into this input vector, and we start pushing it all together until we get a loss. Then, after we get a loss from our forward pass, we do a back propagation session. So we basically go back the computational graph as we could see it here, and we calculate the respective gradients of all the weights that we have in the graph. Store them. We don't do anything yet. It depends on the optimizer, if it's gradient descent or stochastic gradient descent and its variance. And then we update the weights and do it iteratively. Another thing that I wanted to discuss before we continue about this sketch, a lot of people still have it a hard time to figure out how to read this kind of things. When for example, we talk about with indices, how does the weights look like? For example, one of the exams that you guys had discussed a question that you guys need to basically understand the path of a weight. You need to calculate the gradient of a weight, of specific weight in the second layer of the network at row 3 and column 1. And I would like to explain what that means. Okay, for example, in this kind of sketch, what we have here is basically just a fully connected network, a network that is based on fully connected layers. What fully connected layers are, each neuron in the input of a one layer is connected to all of the neurons in the output of that layer. So how do I read that when I look, for example, here, for example, in this example, we have an input vector of 3. Okay, we have 3 neurons, 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. Right. And then we have these, we want to have an output of 4. What is going to be the shape of the weight matrix of this fully connected layer? It's going to be, because we have, if this one is 1/3, the shape of it, and we want to have the result to be 1/4. So we would have to have a weight matrix. Let me just write it, just draw it here. So we have 1, 2. And we'll have to have a weight matrix that is built of 3 rows, 1, 2, and 4 columns. Sorry for my drawing capabilities. It was never my heart's strong side. But anyway, what do we mean here now that I'm telling you that I want to take this weight? This weight, I mean the weight at that is this weight, sorry, not this neuron, this weight, that the weight in the second layer, okay, in the second layer that goes from the third neuron to the second input, the second output. Okay, what does it mean? I go each one of these columns in the weight matrix represents the corresponding neuron. So for example, if I'm talking about, let me just delete some of the stuff. If I'm talking about this column in the weight matrix, these weights, when it corresponds in inner product with our input vector, yes, will give us this, of course, because where it's supposed to be, of course, so from here to here. So it's correspond to this vector, okay? And this column, the second one, will correspond to this neuron. Abdallah solved the communal notes problem. So thank you very much, Abdallah, for that. So, et cetera, et cetera. So if I'm telling you that I want the third row and second column, okay? So let's go to this first layer. Some stuff. So I want to go from the third row corresponding to the third input, because this is the third neuron input, neuron in the input. It corresponds to this weight. So I'm going to this one, and the one that goes to the second neuron in the output, which means this weight. Okay. Okay. Please stop me here if you have any question about that. And I'm not just talking to the wall.
Can you just repeat like the very last part?
Yes, of course. So if I'm saying that I want to go to the first layer, okay, this is the index here, and I want to go the weight. I want to find the weight that goes from the third neuron in the input to the third neuron in the output. I'm going to the third neuron in the input, okay, and the third neuron in the output, and the weight that connects them. Okay. Now that we have understood how to read a sketch, because usually when we discuss neural networks, we immediately go to discuss batches, and we don't use only one instance unless you're doing testing or something. How do you read the sketch on the right again? You mean okay? So you mean this one? These are basically just. Let me just rewrite it. Basically, what I wanted to show here, that we have an input and we have a weight matrix of a fully connected layer. Okay, so basically this will have 3 rows and 4 columns. Each column correspond to each, if we have 4 columns here, sorry for that. So each column would correspond to these weights. Okay, and the second column, this column, oh, I wanted to have it in green. This column would correspond to these weights. And the orange column in the weight matrix would correspond to these. For those of you, sorry, no, that's my mistake. This one. For those of you who've read my derivatives sheet, could see there also this example with less noisy drawings. Okay, so what I wanted to say again, that because when we're dealing with neural networks, usually we're using with batches, like multiple images. It's not just one. And it could get quite confusing. When we deal with these sketches, it is always one instance, okay? Always, always, always. And when we do this, this is a flattened input, okay? So if we have an image of 8/8, as we saw, for example, in the MNIST data set, please, if you, Patrick, if you just could write it in Piazza, and I will answer later, okay? I will have to move on. Or someone else wants to answer that in the chat. If we have an 8/8 matrix, and I want to show it in this scheme of a sketch of a neural network, I will basically flatten it into a vector of 64 neurons, and we will have 64 neurons in this input. Okay, this is how we represent it. So it's always one input, and the weights, of course, are shared across all instances in the batch, but just for simplicity. I always found it quite not trivial when I first reached and to understand this kind of sketch. Okay, I want to begin with upload failed for some reason. Never mind, but I fixed it. Okay, let's just go discuss the very beginning of every topic that I'm dealing with in this section is something that I saw in previous exams, and I think that you should know. So I'm not just going over I'm not going to go over the entire material, just things that I think that are important and there might be questions about, okay? So let's talk about a little bit of machine learning. Definitely not going to do a high-level machine learning here. I want to discuss what is the difference, what kind of tasks do we have in this course? In i2dl, what kind of tasks did we solve? We solved classification, we solved not linear, but we solved regression. And I think that's basically it. But it divided to many different subtasks. For example, for classification, we had either global. We had global classification. For example, if I have an image and I want to have one single label, this one has a giraffe inside. This one has a plane inside. Or I could have a reconstruction of that image, okay, in a task we call i2encoder, okay, in this reconstruction of an image with what we will discuss how we do it in detail later. Or we could have semantic segmentation. Semantic segmentation, when instead of doing one label of the entire image, we go to each pixel and we just label this pixel, and the second pixel also will have a label. Okay, this is also a classification task. And we did in exercise 9, we had regression to remember the key points that we saw in the face. So basically there it was not classification. We just got vector of 30 with different numbers representing the X and Y of points in the image. So you said that segmentation and reconstruction are classified. So reconstruction is also regression task, because each pixel in the image will get a continuous, not a single value, but a continuous value, not a discrete value, but a continuous value. Okay, so it will be close to it. This is why we're using the L2, but I want to discuss it in a few steps. okay, and not, for example, the different. Yes. So okay, so I wanted to what is the difference between a logistic regression and, for example, linear regression? Linear regression is when we try to solve a linear task. When, for example, we have a bunch of data and we want to fit a line to it. Okay, basically trying to find to fit a linear function to it to minimize the loss of the distances of the errors of these real points to the line. When it comes to linear regression, this was I'm just repeating an exam from a question from the previous exam. Why don't I want to use deep learning? Deep learning basically uses iterative solving non-linearity, non-linear functions. Why don't I need to use deep learning here? Because if we remember, where was it? So Sarah, you have it all on Piazza. You have the link of irrelevant links and derivatives sheet on Piazza, just in the pinned section. Okay. Okay. So basically, for linear regression, we have a closed form solution, meaning we don't need to go iteratively to solve, for example, a convex function. Yes, we don't necessarily have to go and to find the parameters, or for example, if we wanted again to solve this problem, we don't need to move the line back and forth until we find the best place and we converge to a minima. We can basically use the closed form solution to find the parameters that are needed, much faster, much more accurate. Basically, there is no reason to go into deep learning here. Deep learning was presented because this kind of stuff cannot solve unconvex and non-linear functions. And therefore, we can only approximate our solution. And therefore, we use, for example, in the very basic task that we had, if this is linear regression, then we had logistic regression. And logistic regression classifies if we have data, basically wants to segment these two. And how do we do that? We basically have a function that a regression function, it doesn't result with a discrete value immediately. We get some value, we get a new input x, and we get some input to it. We apply a sigmoid function, which is non-linear. We have a threshold, and then we can segment it. Either belongs to this part or it belongs to this part. It depends where x falls. If x falls here, it will belong to 1. And if x falls here, it will belong to 0. Okay? Using the sigmoid function. Now, I wanted to, the next question would be, what kind of loss functions do we have? So what we said, that classification is basically belongs to logistic regression, while the regression belongs to the regular regression. And we have two different sets of loss functions. It is a very common exam question to ask. Well, for example, what do we have? You guys get a data set with 10 different classes, and you want to classify it. Present the corresponding, the relevant loss function, what loss, and what activation function comes with it. So for classification, what do we have? We have the BCE, the binary cross entropy, that we could go immediately and see how it looks like. Although I would rather not, because it's just could do it yourself, which comes with softmax, sigmoid, sorry, this as we just saw. Or we have the more generalized cross entropy. The generalized cross entropy, if I would actually like to discuss, it's not as trivial. That comes with the softmax function. Now, How does it work? We had a linear, and we're going again to page 13. We have these kind of a network. Let's say this, for example, could represent a network that does binary cross entropy, because binary cross entropy has a single value in the end that has a value between 0 and 1, a continuous value between 0 and 1 that we apply. This is why we're using the sigmoid function only for that. Although it presents a lot of problems later on. For cross entropy loss, we will have at the end many more neurons. And how do we deal with that? It's different than cross entropy, because we will have some output neurons, yes, they're all connected to each other, and then we will have a corresponding ground truth. Instead of, if we had only for this one, for the single one, we had a single label, it would say 0 or 1. This is binary. Here we will have what we call one-hot encoding, that it has a corresponding vector with the same amount of neurons, but we have at the right label. Let's say it's going to be this index. We're going to have 1 and 0 in all the rest. In the neurons, shouldn't the weight matrix be transposed so that the multiplication applies correctly? Yes. Guys? Let's mute that. Okay. I'm not sure I understand your question. Of course, it has to be to align with the shapes. And so the difference between the formulas of the binary cross entropy loss that we have here. And now I will just repeat the questions that everyone asks all the time. Do we have to divide by 1 over n? Yes. Do we have to have the minus? Yes. Why do we have the minus, by the way? Who can answer that in the binary cross entropy? In both of them, actually.
One of the logarithms turns negative, no? Wait.
Sorry, can you say it?
Let me think. It's because I think one of them turns negative, no?
Yes, because the log of a number, because the log, we are getting basically a value between 0 and 1, and log of a value in this range of x that belongs to 0 and 1 will always be under 0, yes, like lower than the 0, negative, meaning that if we try to minimize the function, we will go to minus infinity. Okay, and this is something we like to ask in the exam. Okay, so this is why we have to have the minus, and if you are requested to give us this formula and you forget the minus, you will lose points for that, unfortunately. Okay. So the binary cross entropy uses 2 different labels. How is it different with the cross entropy? The cross entropy loss, this thing looks a little bit different than what we had up here. What it does, as we said, we had this vector of outputs. We do a softmax on them to push them all between 0 and 1. But together, corresponding to each other. This is something that's important to understand. In one of the exams that you had on Piazza, that was super important to understand to solve the question. That in contrast to sigmoid, yes, that works element-wise, yes, that works each individually, softmax takes them all into consideration. Therefore, when you do a derivative, you have to take a derivative in correspondence to a neuron that is not the neuron we're talking about, or it is. And with so basically we have this one hot, let's say this is the right label, okay? So we will have 1 here and 0s here. And basically, when we do this sum, yes, we do it for all instances in the batch, and k resulting classes. So basically, when we do this, this will be the Yij, the real label, the ground truth, will be 0 for all of them besides the 1. So basically, this sum is negligible, is redundant, right? But what we want to show here that we do have this kind of Watt-Hode encoding to when we do this sum, but only the relevant one will be taken into consideration. So for example, if I have a score of 1/8 here, let's say 1/2 and 1/8 and 0 and 0, and this one is the right one. The only loss that will be taken into account will be the log of 0.02. This one is not taken into consideration. It is, but in implicit way, because it's this one, because there are probabilities, they complete to 1. So it means that if this is high, that has to be low, and the loss will be higher because the minus of that point will be higher on the in the y direction of the graph. Somewhere here. Okay, that means that's just a high loss. Stop me if you don't understand that. Okay, that's dealing with classification losses. Remember that's also important thing that people confused a lot. We have it here. That this is the network. We apply the relevant activation functions to the loss. So, but if I'm doing cross entropy, yes, I will do softmax. And if I'm doing binary cross entropy, I will do sigmoid. But you don't mix them up. They're relevant to the loss function, and it's not part of the network. It's just the loss comes at a different part that we plug in after the network finishes. It's much more intuitive for me, at least, to think about it like that. What loss function, what activation function, what loss functions do we have for regression on the other side? And what activation functions correspond to them? Who can say?
Mean squared error.
Okay, we have the mean squared error. Okay, what we call the L2 loss. What kind of activation functions comes alongside with it? Tom, for your question, the end it's the size of the batch. Yes, Jonathan.
Relu, no? Relu?
No, who wants to? It's not Relu. No activation. That's the right answer. Of course, you could use something that could help you. For example, in exercise 9, we saw that we could plug tan H to help us squeeze stuff between -1 and 1, just because the values were supposed to be in that range. But usually, you don't need to plug anything with it. Because it's a regression, we let the network for itself learn it. Okay. When we use, for example, a sigmoid, when we do depth estimation, which gives you a number between 0 and 1, you could use a sigmoid. It's very common to use a sigmoid just to push it into the range and then apply another convolution just to fine tune the values, because sigmoid is problematic. Okay, so we have MSE and we have L1. What is it? This is a very common exam question. What is the difference between the two? So I would like you to start mentioning in the chat. What is the difference between MSE and L1? Everyone should try.
The one is the loss square and the other one is just the loss. Yeah. The distance square and distance.
True. MSE is prone to outliers. That's true. And it is not squared. Okay, that's what does it mean? Absolute value of L1 and square. Okay, but what does it mean? Yes, of course. This is just when you're saying that the L2 is like the distance squared. It's just repeating the definition. What does it mean? L2 is prone to outliers. Very good. L1 is more stable to outliers. Okay. What else? L1 refers to the median and L2 to the mean. Very good. Also, L2 is easier to compute on computer. L1 is not differentiable at 0, so it's harder to compute on a computer. L1 enforces sparse. Yes, Radoslav has another one. L1 enforces sparse solutions where L2 distributes the value along output vector. Very good. So basically, what you guys could do if you're working with me on the communal notes, or you're writing your own notes, you should just go over the solutions here and take the right solutions. And they really like to ask this kind of questions to them. Even I will in a job interview, they asked me, out of all things in deep learning, they asked me this: what's the difference between L2 and L1? Okay, so very, very good to know these samples. L1 is more stable to outliers. Yes, because it doesn't penalize in the same. For example, if I ask you, remember what we had in exercise 8, we had this architecture called autoencoder, which is a type of learning. Well, I want to ask you it later. We had to reconstruct. Right? We had to reconstruct the image. If we use the L1, that's also an exam question. If we had to, okay, well, why didn't we do the activation function to N? Yes, Friedrich, because it's a function, it's a regression problem, which will lead to sparse solution. Wait, Chang, I did not follow. Oh, okay, maybe it didn't have another. If I use the L1, what will I get here? What do we expect to see? This is an exam question. And if I use the L2,
can you explain what you draw?
okay, yeah, maybe it was a bad drawing. Let's try it again. We have an image. Okay, up. We have like we like to do this, and we have a reconstruction. Blurry for L2, very good. I think the chat is being recorded, but I'm not sure about that. So basically, the reconstruction. So you will not see a lot of zeros in L1 because every vector here will have some kind. Every pixel will have some kind of a value, right? Because it needs to reconstruct real values from here. That's the entire point. But it will be a bit sharper, but a bit bulky for L1. Okay. What I would recommend you to do if you want to see it for yourself, just go back to exercise 8, train it a little bit with L1 instead of L2 and see what happens. Okay, and what activation functions go with them? Exam question. Okay, that's an exam question that a lot of people ask on Piazza. Okay, let's say I have an activation. I'm using the cross entropy loss over 5 different classes. Okay, we have plane, horse, car, whatever. At the beginning, only after randomly initializing the weights, and I do one forward pass. Yes. And remember, we have the one hot encoding, and let's say this one, this one is the correct one. What is the expected value of expected loss that I will get here? Can someone tell me? After the first iteration, not after we haven't learned anything. It's basically guessing. Okay, Ahmed is almost right. Almost right. What are you guys missing? Almost. Well, you will get half a point less for that. And we're talking about the. Yes, okay, very good. So Abdallah just corrected the rest. Basically, what we would expect to see just for this one. 2, for your question, you will have to have 5 inputs in the batch to have 1/5. Okay, currently I'm talking about 1 instance because if you divide by 1/5, it means you have 5 batches. Okay, So you will get the expected loss for this one would be minus log of 0.2. And this is what you're requested to do. Perfect. Ayman has the final correct answer. Very good. Remember that it's such a simple question, but you do need to just know how to do it. If we ask you that, it's immediately how many neurons do I have at the end? Just 1 over that, and bam. Put it in minus log, and that's it. How do we calculate this? I'm not going to do deeper into this. There is a mathematical derivation of this. Okay, so the question was, if I have 5 different outputs for cross entropy loss for classification, what is the expected value of the loss? After, if we send one input in one instance as input, not a batch. Okay, and what we said, it's basically immediately you see what is the number of the classes. Classes equals 100 for that matter. We just say minus log 1 over 100, and you continue to the next question. Okay, I'm not going to go into the derivation how it is and why is that. Okay. Yes, we're talking about the multiple cross entropy. Yes, for a initial, yes. For example, there was an answer asked a question here about regression task. What is the expected value? This is really hard to say because usually when we do regression task, we don't bound it by anything, right? Here we do a softmax that bounds it and calculates it as probabilities between 0 and 1. So we could say something. But if the weights are initialized all to 0 or all to something, that could be any number here. At the very first iteration, that could be anything. So we cannot really say what it's going to be. Okay, I want to continue to more interesting topics. We did do, yes, okay. So that's also an exam questions that I saw in some exams. What kind of machine learning learning types do we have? So we have supervised and we have unsupervised. Can you please, guys, state to me what kind of unsupervised models do we know? Autoencoder, perfect. What else? Bayesian clustering, excellent. What else? PCA, very good. Yes, okay. So what you should guys know is we're having PCA, we're having k-means, which is also unsupervised learning method, and of course autoencoder, which we learned is a deep learning unsupervised learning. Rodoslav asks expected value distribution by which you initialize the last weight matrix maybe is. Okay, never mind. Okay, which element wise, which functions do we know share variables? Okay, let's go to optimizations. So first of all, what kind of activation function? Why do we have activation functions in neural networks? That's a very trivial question. Why do we use activation functions? Non-linearity, perfect. Okay. Sigmoid. What is this? Sigmoid was very early on used in neural networks. What is the problem with sigmoid? State to be problems with sigmoid. No, that's not a good answer. Non-zero centered, very good. Saturates, very good. Vanishing gradient, also very good. It's also positive, always positive. Also, always positive means non-centered function, non-zero centered function. Does not saturate. It does saturate. It means that for big numbers, it's going to be just And for that, I wanted to do, for this kind of, not so perfect, tan H. Tan H is also a great function. Yes, does someone have a question?
Yes. The question is kind of why we use the activation function after the loss function. So we have the value, the loss function.
After the loss function?
Yes, I thought after.
No, we never use it after loss function. The loss is just already the loss.
Yes, so we calculate loss in the end after the network, as you drawn before, right?
Yes.
And the activation function, do we use it in the network beforehand all the time, or when do
So
we use
basically,
it?
you have this is the network,
Yes.
and you have a block here that's called loss. If it has
Yes.
cross entropy, if this loss is cross entropy, it will have a softmax layer and then the loss. And if it's binary cross entropy, it will have a sigmoid and then the loss. And if it is a regression task, it doesn't have to have a loss before, an activation function before.
So the small
just
red blocks are just a split of the big red block there. Because right now you
yes,
drew
yes. I just didn't work like it, but not to have it. This one, you have an act, and then just some kind of a scalar Rn to R function. This one.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's continue. Tan H, also a problem with tan H, but something that it solves. Yes, but it is zero-centered. Zero-centered, for those of you who don't remember what it is, it means that if we have this grid and we start here, of course, this is Y and this is X. So this is plus, this is minus of X, and this is minus of Y, this is plus of X, and we want to go here. That means not zero-centered, for example, sigmoid, which sends always the gradients to the gradient. First of all, the gradients are always positive, yeah, but also the numbers of like the result sigmoid is always positive. So what I want to do, thank you guys for helping me in the chat. So basically what it means that we cannot just go in this direction. Okay, with normal SGD, we will have to do this. Okay. Adam or RMS prop coming on later. We will discuss them, don't worry. We'll manage to do the steps a bit better, but they will still have to go, they will still be bounded by these angles. Okay, that's the problem with, that's what we mean by non-zero centered functions. Problem with it. L1 and L2 regularization, we will discuss it later, okay? That's just another topic. So ReLU came afterwards, and what's okay? ReLU, problem with negative, very good. But what happens when it's negative? Okay. Yes, that's very good. Now, we're already discussing it. Okay, yes, that's very good. That's all you guys, right? I wanted to emphasize the difference between vanishing gradient problem and the dead ReLU. Okay, let's go back to this thing and discuss what is it. If I'm using a sigmoid, let's say this is a very deep network, okay? And we don't have skip connections or anything to have this gradients highway rates. So this is a very deep network, and we have a softmax at the end. Softmax, not softmax, sigmoid. Sigmoid, if you remember, this is the function, okay, between 0, very bad, 0 and 1. Okay, I will do it again. Okay, much better. That means that the highest gradient that something can get out of the sigmoid is at x equals 0, and it will be half. Okay, so the magnitude of the gradient will be half. Here it will already be very, very low. Here it will be very, very low. For example, we could see it like the most obvious case would be RNN when we use sigmoids for tonnage. But basically, when we start going back the network, all the layers, if the determinant of the weights is not 1, gradient not function value. How is it 5? Yes, thank you, Manuel. So if we don't, if the magnitude or the determinant of the weight is not 1, it means that we're multiplying smaller numbers, like number that's smaller than 1, by fractions, and of course, a fraction by a fraction is a smaller number. And then what happens? That it means that these layers, the deeper layers, would actually manage to learn. The magnitude of their gradients will be meaningful. They will go in that direction. But when the gradients arrive to these layers here, to these set of weights, there will already be very, very, very small. Okay, and we all use the same. They also use, in a very naive way, the same learning rate, the step size, right? We have gradient. That's also, I think, it's a good point. The gradient will be the direction, and the learning rate will be the step size. Okay, so basically the magnitude of the gradients here, although they do go in the right direction, it's going to be very, very small. They're basically not going to move. So this is going to train. This is not going to train. This is what we call the vanishing gradient problem. Okay. What is the difference to dead ReLU? Yes, dead ReLU also causes a similar problem, but it causes because of another thing. If, for example, we start the network, right, when we apply fully connected layer, and then we do here a ReLU before this one, and then we get this result, right? So basically, if the result of the logits before the ReLU is a negative, it's basically when the ReLU, let's say this one was -1, and after ReLU it's going to be 0. This means that derivatives that flow through this neuron will never get out. They will always be multiplied by 0, because remember the derivative of ReLU. Yes, the derivative of value of a matrix is the derivative of x is going to be where x is bigger than 0, the derivative is 1, where otherwise of the 0. Okay. Yes, you're right. You're actually right. It's my mistake. The derivative, the biggest derivative is quarter. But what I wanted to show, to emphasize, is that it's very, very small. Anyway, so basically, this is the dead ReLU. It means that these weights will never learn anything. And the bigger the problem becomes, the bigger the bigger the problem for the network to learn. Usually it doesn't really happen. It happens in rare cases. And for that, we have a solution. How do we call the solution? Very good. Okay, both of you, a lot of you guys gave very good answers. Also, the Xavier initialization and Licky ReLU also solved this problem. Parametric ReLU could also solve this problem very good. But I wanted to answer the question by Gorgias. So the forward pass, it happens in the forward pass, but of course it damages the backward also, because nothing learns in the backward. Maxed out units, but okay, what is well, I don't know if anyone here like already gone through the material and saw what maxed out units is. Maxed out units is basically taking the max. We'll have 2 linear layers. We'll have the max of the first linear layer and the second linear layer. Okay, the max shows non-linearity. But that's just doubles the number of parameters in the networks. This is why it's usually never used. Real world applications of deep learning are so heavy as it is, you don't want to add this kind of stuff, especially when ReLU and its variants work so well. We have GeLU, we have ELU, we have leaky ReLU, so many different variants. So ReLU has the problem that in the backward pass, the weights don't get updated for input values. Yes, that's the problem of the dead ReLU. And also in the exams we released on Piazza, you could see that we have a question there that's basically you don't have a value for, like when you do back propagation, because you have a dead ReLU. It will never happen. It will never get a thing. Usually that's not much big of a problem. It could be if you not initialize your weights well, but because the matrix X will have so many entries, it's not just one scalar, so some will be 0, but not all of them. Okay, so we've been here, we've been to loss functions, we've seen I want to discuss, I don't think we have a section about it here, so I want to discuss it before. Okay, but another issue of ReLU is exploding weights, and that's in an RNN, and that's where when we get to RNN, we will discuss that. So Wei-Jans asks, aren't they similar? Yes, the vanishing gradient and the dead ReLU are very similar in concept, but basically the network doesn't learn. There are different problems though, and you need to distinguish them. When we ask you in the exam, you need to distinguish them. That's what I expect you to do. It's not like, of course, it's open to discussion, and the research world is not black and white. But for this exam, vanishing gradient is not the same as the dead ReLU, and that's it. Okay, we do make the distinction here. Okay. What I want to now to discuss is a little bit of optimizations. I mean, discussing data. I'm not sure we have something here. No, I think we go immediately to optimizers. We don't discuss initializing data and data augmentation. Maybe let me just check very quick. Notes. Let's check a little bit. Data augmentation. Do we have something like that? Advanced regularization, data augmentation. Okay, but we don't do it in a very condensed thingy. Okay, so I'll just discuss it here. Can you explain the exam question? Log ReLU. Yes, I can. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's for sure. Oh, okay. People actually write questions here. Okay, so I will make a little break now just to answer questions. Okay, before we move on to the next topics. I know it's, as I said, it's going to be a long session, so I know not everyone is going to stay. It is what it is, okay? Just so be patient with me. We're gonna, the things that we're gonna go next when we come back to go over the material, which will be about loading data, data augmentation, some optimization problems, like what does it mean to have if we have high loss, train loss, and it doesn't go with the diverge, does it mean that we have high test, and etc., etc. Okay, so let's answer. I'm not going to answer all questions now. Maybe we'll just do it later, but let's just begin. So the first question was, can you explain the exam question about log ReLU x plus 1? And okay, so which exam was that exactly? It was, I think it was 2001 SS. Right? Don't believe I said SS out loud publicly in Germany. Okay, so let me maybe okay, just for that, because we don't have it here. So basically we have seen it's just the easiest way to do it. Relu x relu minus x log relu x plus 1 and log relu x plus 1. Okay, so which of the following, the question is, which of the following functions out of what we have here are not suitable as activation functions to add nonlinearity to the function? And I think that was a huge discussion about sin. I think it actually adds, that's a bad question. Like no one, I don't understand why they expected anyone to know that. But the other ones are quite simple to check. So basically just let's take three numbers for all of them, -1, 0, and 1. Okay, let's just do -1. So -1 will give 0, and this one will give 1, which is -1. It basically gives -1. This for this one, yes. If we take a 0, that will be a 0, and if we have 1, this is going to be 1. A value of minus 0. 1 minus 0 is 1. Basically, this is the identity function. Okay, not relevant as an activation function because it's linear. Okay, this one, take -1, it's 0 plus 1, log of 1 is 0, that's okay. Why don't we take the activation x? I don't understand. I don't understand the question. This one was if we take -1, that's log of 1 is 0. If we take 0, that's going to be again 0. That's again 0. And if we take something bigger, that's going to be okay. And that's okay. Okay. It's just basically it's going to be 0 and some log thingy on the grid. Okay. And this one, it's going to be log of 0, which doesn't exist if we take -1 here. So it's not feasible if we take something that's negative. Okay. Or you could find it on Piazza. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do, I think that in order to, so basically what I'm going to, I don't know what's the best way to do it because I don't want to open Piazza on my tablet, or maybe I should. So the next question was, okay, SGD with video batch is not relevant right now. We haven't discussed it yet. What is the job of activation function? If someone else wants to answer that, I would be appreciated. We do gradient descent with starting value other than 1. Also not discussed it yet. So can you post the SSN? Thank you. No, I cannot. L2 and L1 lost in outer encoded latent space. Okay, all the questions on Piazza, still, we will get there, not yet, okay? So you mean the sinus function again? I think it was accepted as an answer. Let's see. In the winter semester, we're talking about, which exam are we talking about? No, it's not this exam, it's the summer semester with answers, let's see. Did we give you the answers? Downloads, exams. So that's going to be, so this sinus, interesting. We're not suitable. Okay, so sinus, it represents, like, introduces nonlinearity. It's a linear function. and the rest I answered. Okay. So I think I've answered all the questions. Like all the questions on Piazza are just we'll get in a bit further. Okay. So
Excuse me, can I ask a question? Sorry.
yes, of course.
Excuse me, just a small, you're replacing by -1, 0, and 1 for the for this nonlinearity, to see if it introduces nonlinearity. But why exactly -1, 0, and 1? Sorry.
Where? Why did I use -1 here? Like in these ones?
Exactly. Yes.
I just wanted to check, like, which trying difference, like you need to see if this function operates as nonlinearity.
Okay.
And this one, we saw that no matter what we give it, this one gives the identity function. For this one, we saw that it could actually perform as nonlinearity because we have a ReLU here. It is nonlinear. And this one is just not defined.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I think we should just continue. Okay. Yes, Max. I think every time you use a maximum function between two numbers, this is nonlinear. The question again of autoencoders, we will get to autoencoders. I'm not answering it right now. Okay. We'll have to have some structure to the thing, otherwise we'll go bananas. Okay, the topic that I want to discuss right now is data loading. We do to do some optimization problems. I think that we had, maybe I should have downloaded the exams to this. Let's see if I have it. Maybe I'll just do quick. Summer semester. I think that was the exam that we did. Okay, yes. So I'm going to just share my screen. Otherwise, Zoom, stop share. Share screen. Okay. Module evaluation, and can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
We are doing optimization. We are going to do into data and optimization. So, like, otherwise, Moritz, do you have any other question about what we've just done? Otherwise, I'm continuing. Okay. Basically, I could annotate here, so it's not going to be with the tablet, but it is what it is. So what I want to discuss now is see, that's some notes for myself. How to split data over fitting graph. Okay, so what kind of the question that I wanted to ask you here? How do we get a data set, and how do we split it? We saw a lot of different ways to do it. I want the split and I want the ratios between. That's a very trivial question. So let's see if someone else. Okay, see, Zainab has the most comprehensive because he said all 6 very good. As long as the training set, basically we say that as long as the training size is bigger than 50% of the training, if it's okay. Usually I would like 60, 20, 20 is very good. 80, 10, 10 is also really, really common to use. The recap notes is just something I wrote for myself, so I could share it with you later on if you want. It depends on the size of the data set, that's for sure. Okay, and that's the next point I wanted to discuss. Wow, I have no idea what you guys see or what you don't. And maybe I will just. Yes. Okay. So just a moment. I'm going to send myself the exams. So Just a sec. So I could do it on my tablet. Should have done it before. Just a sec. Have a sip of water or something to snack in the meantime. Oh. Okay. Let's open this thing and share my screen. Start. Where was I? It's just. Here. Okay, after discussing, okay, so what I wanted to ask next, where can we find the recapitulation? What's the point? What's the purpose of validation data? Like a lot of people misuse it in some way, don't really understand why we use it. Why don't they just combine it with the training set? Like we said, the bigger the training data is, the training set is, the better we generalize, right? With the more that we see of the world. Okay, hyperparameter tuning is also something a lot of people like to say, and I don't accept that answer. It is used during hyperparameter tuning. That's not the purpose of it. It's also used through cross-validation. Why do we use validation data? Yes, very good. Both Moritz and Ahmed, very good. We want to have some kind of sanity checking while we train. So that's, for example, in the previous last semester's exam, we asked that. Not for, better generalization will not be a good answer. I will not accept that because that's not the point of it. Check accuracy on unseen data, sanity check. Why? Because if we just train, if we just have a test set, right? And we said we do the test set only at the end. If we do, or it's on the benchmark side, if we don't have something to measure ourselves during training, we have no idea if we overfit or not. We don't know how well we perform. Maybe the training loss is super nice, you know, it happened to me before. And like if it was really, really low, amazing, I was so excited, but then it just, oh. If model is generalizing, that's a little bit better. Check if we're overfitting, that's a better answer. To tune the learning parameter. Again, I don't accept it as a full answer to tune the learning parameter. It is used in hyperparameter tuning because then we could see that if we generalize better with these hyperparameters, but it is meant to see if we generalize. Tune our hyperparameter based on the performance. Okay, yes. So the last answer that's discussing hyperparameter tuning, that's related to it. Again, the validation, the main purpose is generalization. It is also used not only training, also during cross-validation. The best answer would be, you could say a sanity check to measure ourselves during training to see if we generalize well. That's what I expect you to say. Of course, it is meant in, we use this capability in different ways, like in training, in cross-validation, in hyperparameter tuning, et cetera, et cetera. Generalization means that basically the network wants to minimize a loss function. That's all it wants in this world. It wants to minimize the loss, but it wants to do it in correspondence to all of the training sets. So if you have a small training set, like a few samples, it would be easier for it to just memorize them or to just tweak itself in the way that for this kind of data set, it will have the best loss, because that's all it knows. It only knows the training set. So generalization means it will manage also to perform well on unseen data, like the validation and the test. Now, I know that it sees the validation set throughout training, but it does not have any memory beside its weights, right? And the weights learn only from the training. So basically it cannot memorize the validation. It doesn't know it. Every time it sees it, it's like in this movie 50 First Dates. It just from the beginning. It doesn't know it. Let's see how it performs. So that's Ahmed has asked a good question. What if the splits that we do, okay, we said we could do 80 to 10, 10. That's only if we have a big data set, of course. What if the training set, what if the validation is just too small? What does it mean? Is it if let's say I have like 500 images and I do 88.8. So does it means that I'm taking 400 images as training and 50-50 for testing. So what does it mean? What problem could happen? Validation error increases possibly. Okay, not necessarily. Like why? Why would it be? Why would it explode because of because it's small? Oh, very good, very good, very good. Yes, 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 yes. Very good answers, guys. Yes. Okay, so the validation cannot represent the real distribution of the data set. Therefore, it is meaningless. Okay, like it could be very, very hard, or it could be, for example, only you're doing autonomous driving and the validation would, for some reason, would also like majorly have night or rainy scenarios. And that's very hard to detect. So it will be, the loss will always be very high, or it will be very easy. And you could see that the validation loss is actually lower than the training loss. Why? Because if a training set is very big, so it has to learn, it has to minimize in correspondence to many instances. But if it's training set, validation set is very easy, you would see that it could be even lower. How do we split data into training validation to ensure that all of them are distributed evenly? This is how what we call cross validation. Okay, cross validation. Basically, we have a training set. Let's just picture a little bit. So this is. Oh, we need to annotate. Okay.
And then, so validation is not the representative of the distribution we will face is enough answer.
The validation will not be, yes, that will not represent a distribution. That's exactly the answer.
Okay,
Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. So we want to discuss how we split the data. Again, we want to annotate this PDF. Is scheiße. Okay. So this is the data set, the entire data set. And what we do, we shuffle it. First of all, we shuffle. Okay. And then we take test. Okay. And we remain with this block. This block, we split into K splits. Okay. Let's say it does 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And then we do 4 iterations, where each iteration we take 3 splits to be training, and this for validation. We train not completely, you don't have to converge, but we train, we validate on this for a few epochs. We see, okay, that's good. Let's just shuffle them. Let's just now take this as training and this as validation. Again, try it again. Does it work better? Does it work less or worse? Okay, again. And then we switch again and again and again. We will split them all until we do it to go. And we just take the best performing split. Of course, we have to check to test also to see that it does have some, the test, for example, this is something that people forget. And I had it in my own projects that I used someone else's split, and they just didn't see that the test set is the loss on the test is so much higher than the validation, which means that they're just not split, they're not shuffled enough. No, we don't skip the weights. No, we don't keep the weight. We train from scratch. Now, what comes before this or hyperparameters tuning? Usually I would say that first find a nice thing because you don't really need to train, and then just try hyperparameter tuning. It's like the egg and the chicken problem. Okay, so this is how we split to. I want to go back to the questions and to ask you guys. Okay, so we're talking about this thing. How do we call this part? Training. You see, you're training. This is what you see. What do you call this part? No, it's not generalization gap. Generalization gap, it's this. Underfitting, yes, underfitting. Why is it underfitting? Yes, because we could, at this part, we could still keep going until convergence. Convergence is this part. It's here. Okay, when we get here, like the best place that this is why we do checkpoints, right? Every time we do a validation, we get a validation loss, and then we say, oh, is it better than the previous than what we had? Yes, let's keep the weights, freeze the weights, keep them, and continue training. And that will be this part. And this part is called overfitting. Okay, the generalization gap. The point is that we want this gap. There are too many things on the. We want this gap to be, of course, minimized, right? It will, like a healthy network will not have them minimized. Otherwise, it does show some kind of a problem. For example, if we had, just delete these. So we had training, loss. That could also, that is the validation, yeah? And yes, I will and explain it again, but that could show, for example, that training, that validation is too small, and maybe there is leakage to the training set. Maybe it learns maybe it learns the validation, because it cannot be that it will perform as good as something that you learned, and like overfitted on, and then something that you haven't seen that you perform the same thing. It just doesn't work like that. So the question was, could you explain underfitting again? Underfitting in this is this section where we either don't converge to a nice loss, like we perform poorly, the accuracy out of 100% is poor, underfitting, or we just haven't stopped training yet. Like we could still go. Like for example, here in this part, we're underfitting. If we just stop training here, it's underfitted because we could still go, you know, like if this is the loss, we could still go. So we have underfitted. We still haven't gotten yet to optimize a stochastic gradient descent and everything. So why can I just do this and delete that? Oh, perfect. Oh, what else do they want to show you? Regularization we can discuss now. What is called weight decay, training loss diverges, when the validation diverges. Okay, so before we go to talk about regularization, yes, I want to discuss. Oh, come on. Okay, what can we see here? Again, another point of, for example, okay, I'm just going to thank you guys for helping me on the chat. What do we see here? We just discussed it, yes? Underfit, very good. We underfit. What reasons could I have to that's very good? I mean, yes, a high learning rate could happen. That could mean that. Very good. It's like one of the biggest reasons for this to happen. It happens in real deep learning all the time. That you just find yourself plateauing and not continuing, and for some reason, and just because. Or low model capacity. Yes, that's also a possible solution. Yes. Small learning rate. Okay, small learning rate, you should be careful with that, because small learning rate, if it's too small, yes, that of course would cause that. Yes, actually, that's actually also a good answer that I like. I saw it a lot in real life. Basically, but if we start, let's say we start with 1e minus 3 as learning rate, and we start going, right? But then we use what we call learning rate decay. And basically we're using a scheduler, what we use in PyTorch, right? The data set is not big enough would mean that we overfit because we don't have enough data to generalize. So basically, if we use a scheduler, I just want to explain this. One of the guys said small learning rate. If we use learning rate decay, this will go down, 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 down until it just cannot go down anymore. It will be just, and then it doesn't, like the steps that it does are so similar, it will look to us that it just doesn't go, because across time, it will just keep the same value. It will still go down, but very slowly. Yes, vanishing gradients could cause underfitting, yes. All of these are good answers, very good, guys. But just a sec, I am going to bring myself some water because I need some. So, eine Moment, bitte. Let's see, what else do you guys say? But wouldn't not enough data cause an underfitting? Who wants to answer, Ahmed? High learning rate doesn't necessarily say that we diverge. High learning rate means that we could start, but then we start, for example, here. Okay, so we have high learning rates, we have big steps, and then we're just stuck here. Or you could, of course, of course, this is just very convex, but in the real world that you had, this is very horrible to work with this. You had something like that, right? So you went inside and went up. Yes, this could also, of course, be solved by a better optimizer, and you saw it a lot in the multiple choice, right? What could you use to reduce the learning rate, the training loss, and using it? That's just horrible. Yes, Ayman is right. And someone asked if I want to do some converging. So a converging would be this. It could be this, which we really like to see with ResNet. As long as it's converging, what we mean converging is like it's a very high accuracy. It's not like a specific defined point, what we call convergence. This has also converged. It just converged to a very bad that point. Okay, but it converged. It got to this point. It stopped moving from there. But even a more interesting question that I would like to ask you guys. Let's say this is what we have. Okay, very nice. I'm not asking about the questions. Okay, that's you solve later yourself. We test. We say, oh my God, I have the best one. I'm going to get a Nobel Prize. Amazing network. And then you test and you see. You test and you see this. What would be the reason?
Can we just speak into the chat?
Yes. Okay, very good. Okay, let's do this a little slowly. Maybe the data is not split evenly. I'm not even looking at data, do I? Maybe this. Yes, okay, so mismatch, that's a good word, a good term to use. Distribution mismatch, like for example, it's just not from the same distribution. For example, pictures of people from the internet and then pictures of people from like a security camera. Definitely not the same thing. Real world data has the distribution or the testing data. Data is not representative of real life data. Yes. The mismatch of data between train. Yes. Okay. Yes. Very good, guys. Yes. Or of course, it could be also not just a bad shuffle. Yeah. Like for example, the loss is just here, but it's the difference between the validation. I'm not talking about the training, just the validation and the training. The validation and the test are supposed to be basically the same thing. Unseen data from the same distribution. Okay, and maybe they are from the same distribution, but this has only night images. Okay, when the validation has only very sunny, very easy ones. Before we go, how does the loss test impact comparison to validation? If you plateau, what could be the reason? And we just answered that. And I also, so the answer is a bit too, so the answer here was, and many people here said, mismatch in distribution. That's like the best, the immediate thing. I'm telling you because I'm saying from experience, when you see this stuff in your real world deep learning applications, you don't try to think, oh, my architecture is bad. Oh, I did not do something right. This. If you see the test data not performing as the validation, it means something is wrong with your data set. This is where you should look for. This is why we're teaching you to look for it. Yes, exactly. This is also different distribution. Yes. Tar, I'm not sure what you mean here, but because by overfitting on val through aggressive hyperparameters, you cannot really overfit on validation because you don't train it. So you can't overfit on the validation. The validation could be very easy, and then it means it's not shuffled right. It's not the same distribution. Okay, that's what we mean.
One quick question, because I asked this before. When you say we can't overfit on the validation, for what do we need the test set then?
The test set is usually a benchmark. So for example, I write a model, you write a model, okay? And you know, it's never clean. It's never the same. Maybe it's not the same split. Maybe it's not like we have some bugs or whatever. When we upload it to the net, to the internet, to the server, and there is test sets, you saw it in your exercise, it's always the same test set. And then you could see in the most clear way who performs better. So the test set is something untouched. It's something that is predefined, and we don't have any accesses to it, and we usually use it only once. Okay. For example, we say that if you want to overfit to the validation because you saw the validation is too high, so you change the model, which you should, and then you get a very nice validation, not necessarily, or maybe it's your split, you split it not nicely, so you don't really generalize well to unseen data. Yes, leakage is also an option for overfit. You can overfit the validation if you have data leakage from the validation to the training. This is something you should be super careful about. Super, because you'll waste 3 days of training network and then bye-bye. For the question, when we are cross-validating on which we're training on it, yes, but it's just completely different. It's a different session. It is not. We don't start from the same weights. The weights are initialized from the beginning again, and we don't. And there is another validation that the network just forgot completely.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I have a question regarding the cross-validation. So indeed, we take the average of the splits, or we take the best split where we have the lowest validation error.
We took the best. We take the best one.
Okay, so we do not average across all the k-folds, right?
Why would it help you to average?
Like
you want to test,
averaging?
You want to test yourself.
Okay, because I thought it might be something like ensemble averaging over different classifiers, for example.
Mm-hmm. But then what? Like you need to take a split. What are you going to shuffle them again?
No, I mean if the model is then trained, then you have like final weights, and you will use it later on for inference only. So you will not train again or something like
that. Like I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sorry, I was just distracted by the chat. I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe we could discuss it in later, and let's write it down on Piazza.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, guys, I want to continue. Okay, unless there is something crucial. Okay, here I have a question about what is the Xavier initialization. We have a question about that in one of the exams, and how is it polled when it comes to ReLU, for example? What does it come to solve? But I'm just going to talk about it. Xavier initialization is just logic weight initialization in order to make for a layer to have the variance of the input of the output of a layer would be, or at least very similar to the variance of the input, to be able to keep magnitude and stable magnitude of gradients and stable weights, to basically to try to solve the problem of vanishing gradient. For the discussion that's going on in the chat, yes, we don't touch the test set because usually we don't have it. In your homework, you did have test set, and you could touch it, but we also sometimes had some test sets on the internet, on the server, right? Like usually you don't have access to the test set, so you can't train on it. Of course, we would have loved to train on anything if we can, but that's not going to the test set. It's not the way to do it. Collecting more data would be a better solution.
I think the question also was whether to train additionally on the validation set to just have more training data for a better result at the end.
Right. So, but the thing is, if you have a proper, like I think that this is what you could do, but then you don't have any idea how well you're performing. Like, for example, I've trained my network.
Isn't that almost cross-validation? Isn't that almost cross-validation since we are training on the validation set?
again, in cross-validation, we have different splits every time. Every iteration is completely from new. So we don't train on validation, like we don't keep the weights.
True, but we are taking as much as we can to train. So all the positive in the idea that you want to train on the validation stat is present in the cross validation. So there is no need to train more.
No, but you could train more because you can present more data to generalize better. But then, of course, you lose point of having a validation to have some kind of identification. For example, when you train, for example, let's say you compete on one of the benchmarks online, on Kitty or ImageNet or whatever. If you don't have validation, I believe that even if you train on it, not having something to be able to say, oh, I'm doing great before submitting once to the server, that would be quite unnerving. Anyway, let's continue, please. Okay, we have lots to discuss today, and we haven't even started with gradient descent yet. Let's go to regularization. It is already recorded, Kun, so you could go if you want, and some people come and go. It is recorded, so you can just see it later. It will be until we die, basically, to the infinity and beyond. And of course, not like you don't have to stay. But I'm continuing as long as I have power. Okay. Let's start with regularization. I think we have here regularization. Let's just see where we are in the communal nodes. I think in 12 we'll have a little break. Shall we? Like something like I guess we all want to have lunch or so it will be like 40 minutes. Yeah, something like that. Maybe not until 1 because we do need the time. And so 40 minutes, I think it would be enough, unless, I don't know, you guys go to Mensa or anything. But 12:30 is also a possibility. Anyway, let's just, before we go into break, let's just talk regularization. Just let me find where we talk about that. It's okay, it's page 17 in the communal notes. Okay, regularization. Regularization is a type of a technique that we use when we overfit. Now, sometimes we could use it also when we don't, but basically the point is we don't have enough data. Having more data in the training set is a kind of regularization. Why? Because, as I said before, the model, all it wants in this world is to minimize the loss for the training set. That's all it does. And that's all it knows to do. So it will try to find the best way. We saw it also later on in GAN when we call model collapse, when it just learns one image to basically have the minimum loss, and it just loses the point. All it wants to do is to minimize the loss. So if I add more data, it means it has, because it tries to do it for the entire training set, on average, it will be harder for it. It will have to try harder. Okay. So we will do 40 minutes. We'll do 20. I would also like that. Anyway, we'll just do regularization. We go. Okay. So what kind of regularization techniques do we have? Okay, and that's something that you should remember because it comes again and again and again and again in open questions and mostly in multiple choice. When we ask you the gap, the generalization gap is too high, what should we do? The validation set, the validation one is too high, what should we do? The training loss is too high, what should we do? Okay, it always comes there. For example, because if we add regularization, it means we're making network training much harder, that we expect that the training set, the training loss would be higher, but the validation loss would go lower. We minimize the generalization gap. So if we saw it before, we had, this is the loss, this is validation, and this is the gap. And this is what we want to minimize. And we don't care if the training set is higher, that we don't care the training loss. All we care is the validation, because validation mentions how well do we perform on unseen data, which is the purpose of deep learning, to be applied to the real world afterwards, not just to be to the training environment. So we don't care how low is the training set, training loss. All we care is to see that it doesn't overfit. Okay. You said more data is kind of regularization. Yes, more data is kind of regularization. Why? Because you add, for example, if I had 3 images in the network, yes, if I had 3 images, it will be very easy for it, of course, with enough capacity, and to just memorize them, and that's it. It will not do anything it doesn't need, because it achieves its goal, minimizing the loss for the training set. That's all it wants to do. But if I have 300 now, it wants to minimize it for all of them. Yes, we will just we'll get there in a second. And so if we have 300, it will be much harder for it to learn, because it cannot memorize, for example, 300 images. It will have to extract features to be able to do it more generally. Okay, so that was the question. What kind of regularization terms do we know? The first one that we've learned was this regularization term. We could also call it weight decay. Why do we call it weight decay? Because of this hyperparameter. What do we do? What do we do? After the loss function is calculated, we saw it here in slide 12. I always go back to this very nice network. Okay, we have it here. This is our network. It's overfitting. What we could do is we take all those weights, all of them, yes, sum them up at the end and add it to the loss. Okay, it's basically this is just in theory. We saw in the exercise that in practice we do it at every layer, but the idea is that this loss, this Mr. loss here, okay. Basically, if we sum them all up here, when we take the derivative, what we do, how we calculate backpropagation in a very relaxed way, we take the derivative of L according to derivative of, we said W first layer, we said second neuron that goes to second neuron. Okay, that's what I want to calculate. Okay, I want this. And when we sum them all up here, the only one, all of them will get 0. Only this one will get a derivative of 1. Okay, and this is back propagated. It basically happens just in this layer, and this one will get this kind of derivative. Of course, it's multiplied by this lambda, which is the weight decay. And what the idea of using a weight decay. I will get to dropout, guys. Don't worry. I'll get to drop. Where was this? 17. Yes. The idea of weight decay is basically trying to push them to 0. So basically, I don't know if any of you remember what GAN does, but it basically has this min-max gain. Something quite similar happens here, that this tries to, the weight tries to memorize stuff, and then we just push stuff that's irrelevant to the learning and try to basically push it back to 0. Which is when lambda is big enough, that's what happens, and then we don't learn. And when it's lambda is too small, it's just too small, and then we don't have enough regularization and we can still overfit. So this is also a hyperparameter that we need to tune. Usually we can take something like 1/-6. That would be a good place to begin. And it's good enough. Of course, there are better regularization terms. We will just move on them right now, unless you guys have questions about that. This one, of course, as we said, we will cause weights to become more sparse. And this one will try to, although like if it's, because the derivative is quite the same and it's not really shared between them. But for example, here you see you win for sparsity, and there's similar values. Okay. You could, I would suggest you just go with this. Okay, what you do need to remember from this part of this regularization term is to take the derivative of it, because it came back in many exams that you need to know how to take the derivative of it. I don't think we have it here, so it would be nice if someone does that. We have it in the slides. It would be nice if someone just adds it to the communion notes, because, well, it's your lecture notes. Question: regularization is meant to make training by dropping still. Okay, people are answering. What is the difference between executed epoch to set and validation set? I will answer it later, maybe in the break. So we can say that regularization is used to minimize the generalization gap. Yes, that's exactly what it is meant to do. Let's just, maybe we should stop here and we will go for 40 minutes. I will write down the derivative just for you guys to see. And of course, charge my iPad. So let's make the break. And let's just close the recording. So recording is in progress. Let's continue. I hope you guys had a nice break. So we were discussing the weight decay. There isn't much to it. This is something you should know how to write down. And given the learning rate, given the weight decay lambda, no, I haven't written a trail, but yeah, let's continue to more interesting things. For example, dropout, data augmentation, and etc. We also said that adding data is also kind of regularization, right? But it's just very hard to do because usually you don't have more data. But data augmentation and dropout is something really easy to just answer to your network. I2 reg is just a way. The weight decay is called weight decay because of the decaying argument here. And we use the L2 regularization because we use the L2. You could also use weight decay with L1 regularization. Okay, let's just discuss first data augmentation. Data augmentation is basically when we said that introducing more data into the network would help us with the realization, will make the training harder, we will have to generalize. Because we can't just introduce more data unless we just download stuff from the internet. And data augmentation is a very good way to do so, but it has to fit the distribution. Okay, so for example, I can do horizontal flip. So basically the network would know how to recognize things also when they're flipped, maybe not just in one orientation, or vertical flip, or a bit of rotation, or changing the contrast, or adding Gaussian blur, which is an amazing thing to do. Yes, the weight decay is the hyperparameter of lambda. Yes, okay. So, but it is super important to remember two things about data augmentation. First of all, it doesn't really increases the size of the training set, right? It's not like we're adding more things. At each iteration, we have with some probability P, we will take the image that we've already seen in previous epoch, right? This image, this one, and with this probability, we will apply something to it. So now the network will see something new that is never seen before, and it will have to generalize to it, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is a reason we do epochs. We go over but I will discuss that when we get to gradient descent. So another thing that it has to fit the distribution. If I take a picture of the number 2, yeah, and I flip it vertically, does it belong to this distribution? No. And if I take 5 also, if I do it horizontally, does it fit the distribution? No. So this is important to note that not everything would fit, and it could actually harm your thing. Also, in pre-processing setting, it's super important to note that the test set has to go through the same, we say we don't apply data augmentation to validation and test, right? We only do it to training because we want to train on top of it. But it's different than regularization that we do at the beginning. For example, we have the ImageNet and the ImageNet data set, and we do normalize the input. The test has to undergo this also. A lot of you guys had this bug during the exercises where you normalize yourself, your training set. So the network learned to accept this kind of input, normalize input with mean 0 and STD, yes, of 1. And when you applied it to the server, the test set wasn't normalized, and you just didn't perform well at all. Can you please undo the derivative? Ah, right. Okay, sorry. Another thing that I wanted to mention on data augmentation. Yeah, okay, that's it. So if you write in the exam to which we for example, ask you to which split do we apply data augmentation, only to training. Okay, not to test, because the test is the distribution of the real world data. That's what we want to test on. Okay, if the test is very simple, that's the model that we want to fit. We want to fit to very simple data. We do not apply, we try to fit ourselves to the test distribution. Also for validation, no. Validation, it represents this test, the real world data. The validation set does not differ from the test sets in anything besides the fact where we use it. So we standardize and normalize data because it makes training much more stable. Also, while using batch normalization, we reduce this covariate shift alongside where the distribution changes along the network, makes it just more stable. People show that it flattens the loss curve, making training much faster. Sorry. Transformation is data augmentation, and we do not apply it to. It depends what. If you do normalization, yes, you have to apply to everything because it is pre-processing of the data. Data augmentation is adding more data to the training set. So normalization is something you have to do. It's a pre-processing. Could you go through the derivative again and using the matrix notation? Like what matrix notation?
I mean, how did you derive the first term? Could you, like the green one? What was that?
Well, just the loss.
Just the loss, okay. Yeah.
Right? This is a scalar and this is a scalar, right?
Okay, it's scalar.
We usually, yeah, and when we want to do this, basically we're doing it for a scalar. Each one of the weights is a scalar, right? When we do this for scalars, and it's each one of them gets one term of the weight decay regularization. So there is no matrix notation here.
Okay.
But of course you could, because they're a part of a matrix, so you could do it with the matrix notation. But basically, I think with the scalars, it's just easier to understand, and it is as correct as with matrices. Of course, if any one of you hasn't gone through the derivatives part of this course, how to derive an affine layer, how to derive a sigmoid, I would definitely recommend to do so. Ever since I am in this course, we ask these kind of questions in the exam. Sure. Okay. I mean, why do we do both? Normalization is different than data augmentation, right? Normalization is basically just allowing changing the input. It's not changing it. It's sending it to another domain, and that makes the training much easier. The derivatives part, I mean the derivative of matrices that's from exercise 4. You could look it up on Piazza. It's like the entire sheet that we had from the Stanford's trick, how to do so, how to derive, for example, a fine layer, right? XW plus B. What is the derivative of the loss according to W? What is this? Right? We remember that it's X transpose D out, and B is the sum. Sum D out axis 0. Yes, exactly. Piazza post 147, etc. Okay. So we had in previous exams 2 questions about this stuff. For those who just knew to write X transpose D out, got the points, and for those who didn't get the points. Nothing like it was nothing difficult, but it was just you needed to know that. Okay. I want to continue. Okay, we wanted to go to dropout. So dropout is the last regularization term that we have, and it's like the most used one. We use dropout actually in 2 cases. We could actually use dropout without overfitting. So basically we apply regularization when we overfit and we want to minimize the generalization gap. But dropout actually allows us to mimic the ensembles and this other term that I never remember the word of it. And basically when you can take the network to have different network of the same shape, of the same weights, right? Shared weights, but we just send them and that with different. So it's there is there is the first term that forget the naming of it, which you just split the data set into small chunks. You overfit a network, and then you overfit this network on another chunk, and then you combine them together. And there is when you take the same network or the same data set, but with different networks, which is the ensemble. So you have network 1 and 1 with the same data set, and 2 with the same data set, and 3 with the same data set, and they will learn different things, and then you combine them all together. And this is what dropout basically does. At every iteration, dropout, it depends which one for convolutions or fully connected layers. So if we have, let's go back to my favorite thingy. So dropout, for example, when we have this layer, so we could drop some of the inputs or some of the, basically the weights, not the inputs, some of the weights. So if this is, right, as we said earlier, it is a weight matrix of 4 columns and 3 rows, right? 3 rows, 4 columns. Okay. And then, sorry, but go through node coming in. And then we want to drop out, we basically set in probability P, let's say half, we just send half of them randomly, yeah, to 0. Okay. And then we perform the same thing, but we just multiply them with the 0 and not the weights. And it's again and again. And the next iteration that we run the network with the next batch, we just pick different neurons with the same probability, and etc. etc. But because of that, I wouldn't say that, Chang. We use that all the time. The dropout is usually used and for the next one. Okay, so what I want to show. Okay, when we do inference, sorry, I was a bit distracted. When we do doing forward, right, we drop half of the neurons. They just drop these two, okay? And then the next one, we'll just drop these one, and then it changes and changes. The problem is that the magnitude eventually that getting to the gradients from the loss is cut by half during back propagation. But now when we do inference, during inference, of course, as we said, we don't do anything. We don't drop anything. We use the network as it is after it's generalized. The problem is that the magnitude of the numbers that we're going to get from each layer to each layer is going to be scaled by 2, because now we have many more values to take into consideration. Therefore, we multiply the values by t. T has to be the keeping probability. We have not the dropping one, the keeping. If the dropping one is p, we multiply by 1 minus p. Because we want, if we drop, for example, these 3, we want to multiply to recover the 3/4 that were dropped. So we don't do it by the same. So we want to do the reverse of it. We're not we divide, but no. We divide because it's already a lower number. Yes. So we don't drop anything during forward pass. We do not during inference. Inference is testing time when we do in PyTorch model.eval. Okay, so the network behaves differently. Also for batch normalization, this is super crucial. When we discuss it, we will discuss why. And the question was, if drop at CNN, yes, it is differently. If this is for fully connected layer, we drop different neurons. But for CNNs, when we have kernels, we say that they do not, they're not as dependent on each other as in fully connected layers, the different kernels. And therefore, we just drop, instead of dropping neurons, we drop different filtrament. So if we have, for example, 64 kernels in the 64 kernels, we just perform this with we just drop, if for example, that's for 4 kernels in the convolution layer, and we have p of halves. So we will drop this one and we'll drop this one. We'll multiply that, we'll just apply them. They are going to be there, they're just going to be set to 0 during this run. Of course, you could also apply this one, the regular or original one, to convolutions, but we say that they're not as dependent, and the special dropout is better. Yes, so the question is, I already answered this on Piazza for the, so we only disable neurons in the forward pass, but in the backward pass, we update in the backward pass. No, again. Yes, we apply all gradients, but they're going to be 0. So some of them are not going to be trained, right? Like the backward is the same as the forward. So basically, when we want to do, like for the question of where to put it, I think that actually it's before all the rest activations and stuff is a better idea. But I don't understand what you're talking about. This is okay right now, what we're trying to explain here. Okay, so sorry, guys. Sorry. It's my bad, apparently. What we're trying to do is to explain dropout. Do you remember what dropout is? Okay. So basically what happens, we get an image or something on input to some layer, right? Dropout means to introduce regularization. What does it mean? We want to make training harder. We want to remove the capacity of the network. Basically, during the forward pass with a dropout layer, we take these, we have these weights, right? And we just drop some of them. What do you mean by drop? It's not like we take them outside of the network. We set them to 0. Okay, usually they had some value, right? And we multiplied x1 by this, and we continued. Now it's just going to be 0, specifically for this iteration. It's going to be 0. So the input that, let's say this was set to 0, the input that this output neuron would get it's not going to get anything from x1. That's what it means. Okay. And we do that, we apply that at each iteration, we pick different weights with probability P. Yes, sorry, that was my mistake. These drop neurons. Yes, we drop weights. We don't drop neurons. Yes, we drop the edges, and then as we do, that's the thing, because it really depends. I think it really depends, and it depends where you put the dropout. Because if you put it after all of this, and what we usually do, then you don't drop the weights. I think you drop actually the neurons. So we drop different weights at each. So it really depends, I guess, what you get at the end. If you apply it. No, I think actually, you know what? When I think about it, it makes more sense that we drop these, like the neurons at the end, because we never apply to the weights themselves. It's deactivating the neuron, but everything that's connected to it will not get any gradient, right? So I think we're actually deactivating the neurons and not the weights. Yes, exactly. So what I wanted to say about inference time, this is different, okay? Because in backward, when we during training in backward, if this is active set to 0, it's like with ReLU, that's like dead ReLU, you know, like that nothing will pass through this. So as Chang said, yes, we do it to all the neurons. Yes, perfect. Also, yeah, that makes much more sense also as we implemented it in PyTorch. During inference time, yes, doing testing, yes, after we've already trained the network, now we don't drop anything. Dropout during this doesn't do anything. It doesn't drop any neurons, but it has to compensate for the loss magnitude. Why? Because during training, if we dropped 2 neurons here, okay, these will not get the same magnitude as they will get now during testing, because these are now exist. Okay, they will not just get from 2 neurons, they get now from 4. So we have to multiply by 0, okay, and multiply by P, or the keeping probability. For example, when we take P equals to half, it's always confusing. So let's just drop 3 of them. Okay. Now, so basically during training, this one got only magnitude from here. Now during testing, we get from all the 4. Okay, so we have to normalize, not normalize it, but mitigate it by multiplying by P. If P was 1.7, we have to do it also, because otherwise it will explode. It does not expect it, doesn't know what to do with such magnitude, right? We train it, all it knows, that during training, that's what it knows. It knew that it gets this magnitude of values. It doesn't know otherwise. So we don't drop out the weights, we drop out the neurons that the weights are connected to. But think about it, if you multiply by, if I drop 3, yes, if I drop this one and then I just multiply by this, it still doesn't give me the same magnitude, right? The last question, what P is, this should be defined, and PyTorch defines it at the dropping probability, and the original paper defines it at the keeping probability. And when asked about dropout, this should be notified for you. You set it up.
Question: since it's only a probability, does this mean it? For example, if I have 2 layers and I have like 2 times dropout of 0.75, is it possible that is it like deterministic? Will it be always the exact same amount then, or is it just like roundabout because it's just a probability?
Well, of course it is about, you know, but with
Okay.
so many neurons, it's the rule of big numbers, right? So the more things that you have, the more accurate it will be.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, with 4 of them, usually, like, not necessarily we will get, if we drop half, we not necessarily just 2 will fall. Sometimes only 1 fall. But yeah, that's a good question. Is dropout active during training, forward, backward? Yes, of course. It is, because it doesn't do anything during backward. It just set this to 0, so this will be 0. And the next iteration, this maybe will not be picked, so it will be alive, and these will get some derivatives. Okay. So again, if we get this, okay, if we drop if we drop 3 neurons, and now I give you 4, if I multiply only by 4th, that's true. Yes, that's true. Yeah, that makes much more sense. Yeah, I always also remembered it, but it was counterintuitive for me now. So we multiply by 1 minus p. Yes, it's the tipping probability. We have to reduce it for if p is this one, we have to, of course, reduce it to 4. Reduces to the magnitude of all of them, the sum of this, let's call it z. So we'll have to do z multiplied by this, or to multiply them by each one of these and then sum them, which is the same. We want to use the full model during testing, but get more general model during training, so it's not dependent on single neurons. Do we multiply the neuron result on the input weights? Do we multiply the neuron result? This is just math, right? It's the same. So this is a good question. What is the range? And for fully connected layers, half is actually that is used. But for as I just saw it in the paper, that for convolutions we usually use 0.2 to 0.3, something like that, and then you could see 0.6 even for fully connected layers. But convolutions use much less. I don't know to tell why them. And it's irrelevant for the exam. Do we move to any more questions about dropout, or I can continue to the big guns? We still have a lot to do.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, of course.
Actually, the model is initialized with the dropouts. So when we want to introduce our test set in the model, and do model.eval, normally the dropouts are still there. So even for the test set, we will drop also neurons.
No. So if it will do if self. This is just how it is in PyTorch. Yes, training. This will ask the train boolean if it's true or not. Yeah. Okay. If this training is like run key and get this, you'll get a mask, and then you do you get mask equals this, and then you do x equals x multiplied by mask element wise, else return x, or x 1 minus p. Okay, that's the difference in dropout and in training and mod and eval.
All right, thank you so much.
Filters do not disappear, guys. Filters are also just matrices of weights, and we set them to 0. That they don't disappear. They work exactly the same. The kernels works exactly the same. They don't disappear. They're just set to 0. So if after a kernel, right, we said we apply to the neurons of the output. So we have, we did from 3 to 3, from RGB to RGB, whatever. And we just dropped a third of them. So this one will go. It doesn't go, it's still there, it's just zeros. And the next convolutions will still go through it, but it will get zeros here. That's it. So the dropout usually comes in the multiple choice questions. So when to use it, or it was also a question in one of the exams. Can I apply 2 dropouts on top of each other? Or there was also an exam, calculate the inference time of dropout. Calculate values with dropout. No, Daniela, again, every iteration we pick different stuff. We do the masking stuff of rand. Why? My handwriting is horrible. Mask rand p. Okay, it will give me it's right. It will be just it will give a rand. It will give it x, so it will give me the same shape, like the f size, and then I will ask mass equals to mask where it's lower than p, and then I will apply x equals x multiplied by mask. Every iteration I do that, and this one, the rand x, will give me every iteration something else. Yes, using dropout will increase the number of iterations we need to converge because training has become much harder. But it will make it will converge, the validation loss will converge to better values. And another thing I wanted to say about dropout, it also just helps to use it without needing overgeneralization, without overfitting. It just helps to generalize better. It's just such a great mechanism to use. Yes, as I explained already, like I think 3 times, when I use eval, during a model eval, none of them are dropped, but then we have to mitigate the magnitude of the values that go into the output. Usually it got, if for example, we dropped 3 of them, it used to get only values from 1 neuron, and now it gets from 4. So we will have to multiply by 1 minus p. When p is the key, this is the keeping prob, where p is the dropping prob. Yeah. Okay. I want to move on. Okay, if you have any more questions about dropout, you could either ask it in the chat and people could try to answer, or on Piazza later on, and I will answer everything, okay? There's not going to be a question unanswered, but maybe not now because we have to continue. So the next topic I want to discuss was, okay, optimizers, SGD and GD. Okay, so first of all, a lot of questions were about, I think, this set of things that make you this thing, yeah. How do we ensure that we will converge to the minimum? And the question was, how is it possible? Because we said learning rate are fixed, and usually you don't use a fixed learning rate, because if you do, we will get what we got in the previous question of the exam, that we will just converge to some high level, because we cannot go any lower. If this is the function, curve, and then we go this and this and this and this, and we have to make it slower and slower and slower, smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, gradient descent versus stochastic gradient descent. Now I want you to write me in the chat, what is the difference? And apparently it's not that trivial. Like those who have been to my office hours, I guess already know that, but what is the difference between gradient descent and stochastic gradient descent? So currently only Daniel has it right. Everyone who says mini batches is wrong. Okay, so that's the most common momentum. No, momentum is an extension of stochastic gradient descent. That's true. Everyone who says the use of batches is wrong, because also gradient descent uses batches. Why can't we use gradient descent as one batch? If you say that the difference is many batches, it means that gradient descent uses one batch. Why is it impossible? Again, why can't I use one single batch? Yes, okay, Ahmed has it right. We don't have the GPU power for that. It's impossible to push the entire data set into one batch onto the RAM. This is why we have to use batches. Also, gradient descent uses batches. But the difference is when we do the optimizer step. When do we use the optimizer step? I think Daniel already mentioned it, but when do we do the optimizer step for gradient descent? And when do we do it for stochastic gradient descent? Yes, Julius is right. Okay, yes. Okay. So most of the answers were correct. Gradient descent does it after every epoch. What it means, okay, let me just try to visualize it for you. Let's say I have some blank. Yes, okay. So gradient descent is going to have a for loop. Yes, in the for loop, something happens. We have gradients. We do in PyTorch, right? We do loss dot backward, but we don't do the optimizer dot zero grad. What it means, this function here will accumulate the gradients. It means that each weight matrix has another matrix of gradients that will correspond to it, and then we will concatenate it together. And at each iteration, this is not going to be zeroed out. This is just going to again and again and again and again and again. Okay, and then we divide by all the numbers of the samples in the data set, because it has to be the mean, right? And then we apply optimizer step at the end. So what it means that if this is my loss curve, okay, gradient descent will have this direction. It will have the best direction possible towards the minima, because it takes into consideration the entire training set. All we want to do is to minimize the training set, so it will have the best direction to it. However, stochastic gradient descent, that's the default variation of it, is using one batch, but we use mini batches, of course, for parallel computing and using batch normalization and just training much faster. And of course, much less noisier steps. As people said in the chat, for stochastic gradient descent, because we update every iteration, meaning that the updates will be much noisier, or as people like to say here, with higher variance. Okay, but the steps will look something like that. Why? Because we change the shared weights according to just a very small sample of the entire dataset, which cannot represent it, right? So it doesn't go in the right direction for all images, just for some. But why do we still use stochastic gradient descent instead of gradient descent? I will explain it more, yes, after this question. Okay, let's first of all avoid local minima, because gradient descent doesn't have any capabilities of avoiding it. Gradient descent goes immediately to 0. That's what it wants. If it has a saddle point, like this is a mountain, and this is another mountain, and this is a saddle point, and then you can also go down here, and it will just go here. It does not know to go out of it. So avoiding saddle points. What else? Overcome. Yeah. Less epochs needed. That's true. Yes. So Carr also had the right answer, because think about it, that after one epoch, after one movement over the entire training set, I went here. Okay, because I'm bounded by the learning rate. The gradients show me the direction, and the learning rate gives me how much do I go each step. Oh shit! No, I wasn't quite trying to do this. Okay, and however, in stochastic gradient descent, at each iteration I already go. So I will get here by the end of the epoch. I will be here. So basically, training will be much faster. With gradient descent, you will never get to the minimum. Okay, you will have to train forever. What else? Okay, there was a question about zero grad, but it's irrelevant for the exam. But zero grad, basically what it does, it just takes the weight matrix and goes to each entry and zeros it, so you don't accumulate gradients. So the general answer to GD versus GTD is this: SGD updates weights only a partial set of losses. Yes. It updates only on a fraction of the training set. This is why it's so noisy. This is why we don't want our batch size to be 1. Okay, if it's 1, it's basically you're changing the shared weights according to one sample that represents only itself. So this is super noisy. You would see, for example, if I show you that in the exam and we give you a graph and you have training curve, this is very nice training curve, right? But usually, as you saw in your exercise, it would be like something like that. Right? Why? Because it will be super noisy. This is why we want our batch size to be some appropriate size. Usually, according to the batch normalization paper, 16 is a very good thing to go for. Also for batch normalization itself. The difference is when we do. Yes. Okay. As you guys said, this is an exam question, yeah. So, what's the advantage of having a small batch size, and what is the disadvantage of having a small batch size? And I want you to formulate an answer to the chat. There is a question: is it better? No, it's definitely not better. Normal GD is not used in practice. Like it's impossible to use it. It was a very original idea. Okay, small batch, more noisy updates. Is it an advantage or a disadvantage? Okay, but what does it mean? Like, okay, yes, it has greater variance. What is it an advantage or disadvantage? Disadvantage, noisy gradients. Also, it could be an advantage, right? We said it also. Small batch size would lead to high variance and therefore updates not in the right direction, or more noisy updates. Yes, but it's also an advantage, isn't it? Yes, because it's a
generalization.
Sorry?
Can we say it grants generalization, the noisy updates?
No, it doesn't grant generalization, it just allows us to escape noise points, saddle points. Advantages, faster convergence, yes, very good. Less computational expensive, very good. So no, it does not overcome overfitting. It does not change the generalization. If you have a problem of generalization, you have a problem with generalization. The amount of that, the batch size is not the problem here. It's not where I would go and change stuff. Okay, so we said that small batch size is an advantage and disadvantage, and you could give it as both. And another advantage that was written in the chat, it is less computational expensive. It's cheaper to use, meaning we will converge faster, which is a great thing. Although when you use a bigger batch size, you will converge faster than small batch size. Okay, so it just depends on if you can allow it on your GPU. But if you, of course, you use a batch size of 16, and instead of a batch size of 4, yes, each iteration will be a little bit slower, but you will converge much faster. Okay, there was a question in the exam regarding the batch size and the learning rate. Can you please discuss this point? Yes, okay, so this is a very good point. When I reduce the batch size, yeah, remember what we just said. We said that this is the learning curve, and this is the direction. The learning rate sets the length of the step. So if I have big, like for example, if I used a gradient descent, like I'll need more epochs, but I could give a much bigger learning rate. Why? Because it goes in the right direction. So I could just go like this. But if I do it with stochastic gradient descent, with small batches, with big steps, I will go really far from where I need to go. Okay, like this is just a 2D, and it's hard to picture it, but it could overshoot. It could easily overshoot. It could just go out of the minima, escape, and then never come back. Basically, you have to mitigate it, these small steps that it does, with a smaller learning rate. Good question. Good question. Okay, let's just go on further on, unless we have any more crucial questions about stochastic gradient. I think we covered it all. Let's talk about momentum. You know what? I'm just going to say it. If we already discussed smaller batches, let's just discuss a little bit the relevance of it to batch normalization. So I just. No, I will do it. I will do it later when we do batch normalization. Okay, never mind. Let's just discuss momentum. Remember what momentum is. Do you guys remember the formula? Why do we introduce momentum? Batch size big could allow bigger steps, could allow a bigger learning rate. So avoiding local minima and saddle points, that's true. And we use it with SGD. And basically, the momentum has its own coefficient, right? You need to remember that apparently there are many different formulas for that. And the momentum would be if V equals, I think it was beta plus, not plus, VT, this is VT minus 1, minus learning rate in the gradients. This is the, yeah, okay, the gradient, okay? And then V minus 1 plus VT. Okay, that's just the momentum, and this is the formula that you should follow. I think the velocity initiated is 0. Momentum is the method, and the momentum is the term to be determined. Yes, so basically, okay, also I saw it with our set of PhDs that just look at the other, just look at previous questions. Apparently in the literature, it's common to say that to call the moment variable. If you guys remember what moment is, let's just go Adam, right? It goes here, okay, right. So we said moment is basically both in RMS prop and Adam. We have this term, right? And we call this the second moment. Why second moment? Because this represents the variance. Okay, this represents the mean, and this is first moment, and this is second moment. And because this resemble the function of momentum, people used to call it second momentum and first momentum. And I hate that, but it is. But if you encounter that, know this is what you're talking about. Okay. Where were we? We were here at momentum. No, this is not this. This is yeah. So this is momentum. The next one will be Nestrov. Now, Nestrov is not really used anywhere anymore, at least. But it had this interesting idea. It is used in our exams. That's that's the point of it. It has this interesting idea to have a look ahead, to make like this kind of a step ahead. So basically, we want to go, okay, let's just have this here, and we are here, and this is the minima, right? And we say, okay, let's do it with momentum, let's just make the step. Okay, but how far are we from where we need to go? So you see this, and then it will try to correct itself accordingly. So it will be a little bit more. Of course, this is in 2D, and it's a very, very simple example, and it's not as easy. But it will just try to correct itself according to the look ahead function. That's standing at the crossroads and then never knowing what path to choose and just be able to look to see the future. We don't have any other questions here. Okay, let's continue. RMS prop. RMS prop, and the thing that you need to know to the exam, first of all, of course, this formula. Okay, we said this one is like momentum. It's a running variance. Why it's variance? Because this is the second moment. And when we this is element-wise multiplication of the gradients. But if you look at the definition of how to calculate a gradient, we could see it here at the part section of Adam. We just we see this is not gradient of the variance. And if you see what is the variance of the gradients, you could see that it could be estimated like that. And I will not go over it right now. You could just go and read it. Okay, this represents, but remember that RMS prop only uses the second momentum or second moment. Why? So I didn't understand the last question. Okay, so there are some on Nestrov, right? I missed a lot. So Nestrov, so if it's okay, so let's just go over the questions that you guys have. Okay, so if I had this and gradient with momentum will just go to same direction. Okay, it will go. This is the direction. There's a gradient. We do mini batches. In mini batches, it is noisy. It doesn't go in the right direction. It will just get here. So what it does, Nestrov, it says, okay, let's just do that. But then look, this is the look ahead, and then just correct ourselves according to the vectors we see how much do we need to go from the minimum. We take the minimum here, and we do vectors reduction. So this is what happens here. This is the look ahead, okay? So this, okay, this is just doing the step. Okay, this is just doing the step. And then this is, okay, you do the step, you take the gradient from the step, from here, you take the gradient from here. This is the, just. You went here, you did gradient, you saw the gradient, and then Nestrov. And then you reduct from what you originally was, where you were originally the direction, or it is an estimation of the direction to the original one, and it is supposed to be a bit more accurate than just going with gradient descent and momentum. Quite a clever idea. Okay, so we say with RMS prop, the thing that you need to do, and you're going to memorize it, is this line. Okay, I ask you what RMS prop does. What did it introduce? This. Okay, what does it mean? That if we had, also this picture could apply to this. What does it mean? That if we have oscillation meaning different weights, different gradients going in different directions, we cut the variance, so big steps will become smaller and small. Okay, so let's just do. So big steps will become smaller and small steps will become a little bit bigger. Okay, meaning altogether they'll go faster toward the minimum. That's what RMS prop does. That's just all it introduced. And when I ask you in the exam, what does RMS prop do? This. Okay, damping the oscillations for high variance directions, making it much faster to converge. And then came Mr. Adam, okay, the creator of this world. Of course, all big networks these days work with variations of Adam. Adam is the naive architecture, naive algorithm. They are better than Adam, but for us, Adam is enough. Adam introduced to say, okay, RMS prop is amazing, right? Why don't we just do it also with momentum? Momentum was amazing, but not good enough. Let's just combine them together. So we had a question, I think 2 semesters ago, that said, what kind of optimizers does Adam combine? And you say momentum plus RMS prop. Yes, Sebastian, this is the communal notes, and we shared it here in the chat a lot. If someone could just share the link again. This is something that you could just, you could access the LaTeX, change stuff, and of course, just download the PDF. Okay, Adam, I want to hold a little bit because I want to discuss, okay, so we already discussed this part, right? And we discussed this part, we said first and second moment, and you guys need to know these the formulas. Now, the interesting part that was also introduced in Adam, and I saw this question on Piazza, why don't we use the bias correction? Okay, all of the optimizers, because we can, right? I think bias correction, yes, it was here. Okay, so the problem with this that if, for example, B1 is M1, MK, M1. Okay, so I'll do in order. First of all, look at these. When we look at these formulas, what do we see here? This is an index. Okay, index. At which iteration are we in training? We're in iteration T+1. Okay, and for beta, it is an exponent. This is an index and this is an exponent. So basically, I would rather have it here, not m, but that's not here, but k plus 1 that belongs to this m. And the beta is an exponent. And we will discuss it now why. Okay. Adam is a variation of stochastic gradient descent, so it does it every batch, every iteration. Only gradient descent, only gradient descent. The idea of gradient descent that we accumulate gradients is a great idea when you accumulate for example 2 batches, and then you can simulate a bigger batch size. For example, I'm allowed to only do batch size of 2. I can do 2 batches, accumulate the gradients, and then like to have a batch size of 4, if I can allow it, right? And then it would be less noisy. Anyway, back to Adam. So we said this is an exponent, and we now explain why. Okay, so this one is the mean and the variance, and we say that at the beginning of Adam, this one is initialized to 0. This one is initialized also to 0. Beta 1 is this, okay? And this one will, therefore, it's going to be this one. It means that this one is 0, and this one is super small. We cut it by 10, the magnitude by 10, which makes it super slow, right? Like we want to start going, but we don't go until this one starts to accumulate stuff. This is why we have this step called bias correction. And what do? We basically take this mk plus 1. Let's take m0. Okay, m0 is basically 0.1 multiplied by the gradient. Okay, and we divide it by 1 minus this. 1 minus this. This is now k plus 1 is still 1. Okay, it cannot be 0. Yes, k cannot be 0 because it is 0, but this is 1. This is why you have k plus 1. So we'll get this one. Okay, what do we get? This one, this goes, and we are left with the gradients. So the first iteration will be just stochastic gradient descent. It is, yes. So, okay, so this is what we do here, and this one will diminish exponentially with each iteration, because then it will be 0.9 to the power of 2, and then power 3, power 4, and eventually it will just be converged to 1, and we will be left with the original mk plus 1 that we calculated here. Okay. I found it when I learned to i2dl. That was super unclear. So please stop me if you don't understand what I've just done. So I will do it once more, okay? At the beginning, yes, M1, yes, you're okay. So at the beginning, we said that this is the okay, this is the training step for Adam, right? And we have the mean and we have the variance. And we use the learning rate and we update the weights. So how do we know beta k plus 1 in advance? It's a hyperparameter that we just set. And usually beta 1 is this one, and beta 2 is this one. A is the iteration. Maybe it will be easier for you if you do mt plus 1, because t is time. Yes, and this is again, it's important to notice. This one is an index, or it's the index of time. This one, I know it says also k plus 1 and it's the same place. This is an exponent. It's the power, yes, yes. And here it is an index, here it is an exponent. It's the power of. Okay, that's I know it's super confusing. And do I need to go again on the revision? Why is it helping? Or you could just do it yourself. If you just do the first step. So so let's say K0. Okay, let's the first iteration. We do M1 is equal to 0.9 multiplied by 0, z is initialized to 0, plus 0 plus 9 multiplied by the gradient. Okay, so what we are left is the gradient divided by 10. Now, this is just, it's okay. We can work with it, but we can just make it much faster for the early stages. Why? Because if I just don't just leave it like that, I do I go to this step and I do this. So basically, I'm taking this term and I do 1 minus beta 1 is 0.9 to the power of 1. What am I left? This is 0. I'm left with 0.1 with the gradient divided by 0.1. This goes and we are left with the gradient. So we are left with regular momentum. Okay. Also the same thing for the variance, okay? The exact same thing. Okay, let's see if I have another question about Adam for you guys. Let's see what I saw. What's the bias correction? Yes, we do this each iteration. This is not a lot of computations, you know. I think the computer is definitely capable of doing that. Okay. I want to continue from here to the Newton method. Not like there is not a lot to know about the Newton method. So, I'm not sure. Like there was never a question about that, and I'm not sure this semester they're going to be that creative with questions. So let's divide V, small number, during the gradient. Yeah. So also for the question, Manu, yes, for the first iterations, just the first iterations, yeah. It's gonna behave like RMS prop. They're not gonna behave as we want it to do, but very quickly it will go to the directions that we want, just to escape this 0 place, that like this very, very slow movement. Who wants to explain why we use this thing? Very good, guys. Very good. To avoid division with numerical stability. Yes, we always do that. Always. If you have a variable, always when you program, you have a variable that you divide by, you add a small epsilon that could be 1 to the minus e to the minus 8. That's a super small number, but it will prevent from you to get division by 0 and just get nonce. Okay. Okay, so it could also be 0 or 6, I saw. Well, it cannot be 0. It has to not be, log 0 is not defined, right? So it has to be something like that. So let's go to the Newton method. Newton method introduces two new things. The idea here is to use second derivatives as the step sizes. So we said so far that what is the steps? The gradients are the direction, and the learning rate is the step size. And here they introduce the idea to use the second derivatives, which is the magnitude of the gradient, as the step size, which is an amazing idea. And Newton has shown that it converges much faster, much faster. And like just by a few steps, basically. There is a question, I think, in two exams ago that we did it, and it was a question about that, and it was quite fun to see. If you want, we can solve this one together. Basically, the computation of the Hessian matrix, which is the second derivative, is very, very, very expensive to do, especially when it comes to bigger numbers. It is basically infeasible to do. And this is why it's never used. But the advantage of it is that it diminishes the need for a learning rate. So these computations of Jacobians and Hessians are very, very expensive to do in deep learning. So there are iterations involved. There are iterations. Like it is an iterative algorithm. It just converges much, much faster. For example, you could see, you know what? Let's just do. I wouldn't say it gets to the global minimum because we still have this non-convex thingy. But we also say that local minima is good enough because they're usually quite the same. Not differ by much. Let's go to, I think it was winter semester. Yes, it was after I did mine. So winter semester. Do I have it here? Winter semester. Okay. Yeah, save as copy. Yes. Let's do this together. Again. Okay, so we have this function. Annotate. Right, just the parabola. What is the optimal solution of this optimization problem? This one. Okay, but you are working with initialization if x0 equals to 5. So basically here, right? This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like that. Okay. And learning rate is 1. How many iterations would gradient descent without momentum lead to in order to converge to the optimal solution? Okay, let's just do gradient descent. So what is the gradient at this point? I'll just do it, okay? I don't expect you to answer. So the gradient of the derivative of x, if f of x equals x to the power of 2, the derivative of x is 2x. It means at 5, the derivative of 5 is 10. Perfect. Okay, we want to do gradient descent with a learning rate of 1. What does it mean? We take the next step, okay, the next step that we want to do. Listen, we don't have any weights here. We do it the derivative for x, yeah? So xt plus 1 equals xt minus learning rate multiplied by 2x. So this is going to be xt plus 1 equals 5 minus 1 multiplied by 10 equals minus 5. So we go to minus 5. We do it again, right? We do it again and we'll get 5. So basically what it does, pack. When will it converge? Never. Okay. Assuming you instead start a random initialization of x0. How could you speed up convergence of gradient descent of this? Okay, that's just for using stuff. That's just for you. What is the main advantage of using second order method, momentum using method? Okay. What I wanted to show you, less iterations. Yeah, okay, because it's faster from each conversion. Okay, so this is the Newton method. Okay. Okay, so if you want to say less iterations, it will be faster, but this one is hard to compute. That's just what you need to know about the Hessian. And then they ask you to do it with the Newton's method. Okay, what is the Newton method? We do the Newton's method is xt plus 1 equals xt minus the derivative of x second derivative of x. That's it. Okay. So what do we get here? We say this, we said at 5, this is 10. The second derivative of 2 of x is 2. So 10 derivative, this is 5. So it will be xt plus 1 equals 5 minus 5. Xt plus 1 equals 0. One step to converge. You're asking if you should know this one, Ahmed? Yes, you should. This is the definition of Hessian in one dimension. Okay, the inverse of the second derivatives. Like it's not the Hessian is not the inverse, but when we do the Newton method, we take the inverse, right? And this is the first derivative. Like this question gives us, because I think, much better intuition what's going on. As we could see, it like this in this case, it did it in one step, but it doesn't necessarily do it in one step. And not for every case. These you don't need to know the different variations of. Should we add epsilon denominator here? Yes, I think it's a good idea to add. Yes, that's a good idea to add, because just for stability. Yeah, stability. If the second derivative is 0, then we're in a problem. Okay. For example, but if I ask you if this is the graph and this is your function, what is the minimum of this function?
My machine.
Okay. Okay, yes. Okay. Okay, let's go to the next section. We've done optimizer. That was a very good. I want to talk to you about, I think, architectures. No, I don't want to talk about that. Hyperparameters tuning. So there is one thing in hyperparameters tuning. Well, okay, who was in the beginning of the session and knows to tell what is the way to solve linear system? No, you don't need to know quasi-Newton methods. And what does linear regression? Do we need deep learning to do linear regression? No, why not? Closed form, thank you. Closed form solution. Yeah. So Ionis, yes, just wrote the entire thing. Yes, very good. Okay. Yeah, people are listening. Very nice. So before we go to architectures, architectures, I mean like the like a VGG, ResNet, and blah blah blah. Let's just discuss the how do you call it? Random search and grid search. Okay. First of all, if we need to do hyperparameter tuning stage, which one do we pick? Grid search or random search? And why? I think I really like Ahmed's solution. Random search covers more. Yes. Could you repeat the question? Okay, so when we're doing hyperparameter tuning, what kind of algorithm would I use to do the search? Grid search or random search? There are even Bayesian search, but it was shown that random search is actually just good enough. You don't need to go to do this overhead. Random search will find the best solution much faster than grid search in like the expected time of searching. Anything that I wanted to discuss here? No, nothing I want to discuss. This one, overfitting, underfitting, loss, property, training on network, losses. If someone wants to discuss this kind of stuff, you have it here. We have, we did have a function 2 semesters ago. We had a question of taking the derivative of softmax. So you should know that. In case it comes back to hunt you. So there is, for Ahmed's question, if there are better combination to find than random search alone, but it's not in, it's in the material for this course. It's in advanced deep learning for robotics. You will learn it, and not here. Finding good LR, use training data with small weight decay. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Further upwards with the hyperparameter tuning, where you had grid and random search, there's finding a good learning rate, and then the first point.
No idea what it means. Without an explanation, I don't know. So we use random search, and once you find a good range of good this, you could continue with grid search, but usually random search will just give you a good set, good enough set. So you don't even need to go to grid search. How do I evaluate hyperparameters? We take a small training set. Okay. Maybe this is what it means, because we usually take just a small training set and a small validation, and then we overfit on the training set. And whoever that manages to give the best validation loss will be picked as the best set of hyperparameters. Because even with overfitting scenario, it manages to generalize the best out of all of them. If you guys want to discuss this, we've already did, so just go back and read what there is here. Okay, there are explanations and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going over this again. This you should know, you did it in exercise 2. You did you need to know how to derive the derivatives, and there are, you remember that you have two different derivatives. One is this one is we take the derivative of this according to this one, or we take the derivative according to something that just belongs here. This is maximum entropy. Why does it come again? Deviation functions, we already have been through this. Variance, blah, blah, blah. Data augmentation, we've discussed it. This is dropout. Bagging, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Frodo Baggins. We really like to ask you when we wrote the questions, we really like to ask you, like, given the MNIST, give a data augmentation technique that does not work. And then you say, oh, horizontal flipping will change the distribution, and it doesn't work. Or changing completely the contrast is also not part of the distribution, blah, blah, blah. Is there a difference in LR performance in small sample or whole data set? I'm not sure. It's nothing that is significant to mention. But someone has enlightened, it could enlighten us. So dropout, we've already been through. You could see it here. Okay, again, you could just see it here. You could reread it if you want. And I super encourage you to do, and to go to the LaTeX and add stuff or edit stuff that you don't think that fits, or there is no explanation to something. You could remove stuff. You could add your own note if you think that anyone else would benefit from it. And that's this is what we do. how do we know if if it is distribution? I don't understand the question. That's the same question. Okay, let's go to batch norm. How do you know if a transform is okay? So that you need to ask yourself that if you have an image of 8, okay, and you do 90 degrees flip and you get this. Is it in the distribution? Does 8 look like this? No. Especially, I mean the distribution of the test set, because we don't do data augmentation to the test set. This does not belong in the test set, and you will remove power of original inputs in order to also classify this as 8. Okay. So you will probably just have worse performance on 8. Yes. Like there are a lot of data augmentations that do not fit the MNIST dataset. Okay, that's important. And we like asking these kind of questions because this is a very basic thing. You know, before even started training, you need to deal with your data. You need to understand your data, and you need to understand what you want to do. It's not just, you know, oh, I learned in i2dl to do data augmentation. Oh, I learned in i2dl to do dropouts. Let's just put dropout. Let's just do data augmentation. You need to understand why you do stuff. I think that 10 degrees would be more, because like these kind of two might work, but more than that would be, again, also this is also good to mention, that it really depends on testing. You know, like it's just, you could try something and see if it works. If you find that data augmentation works, like and I am wrong, perfect. We just assume that changing 5 to this is the wrong thing to do. Like this has already been tested. Yeah, it's not. For example, in here, Jonathan says, I don't really remember to the exam. If you see this question, you guys are going to have 22 pages or 16, I don't know how many here, but it's usually something around that, of questions in 1.5 hours. So you don't know something, you just continue. Go to the next question. Gain your points somewhere else. Don't even think about it. You know something, you write. You don't know, bye. And then if you have time, just crumble something there, you know, like we will give you what, if you have like 3 points in the question, we could give you 1.5, isn't it better? It really depends what the question was, what percentage give you the passing grade approximately. It really depends on the best scoring student. So I would say just fail all of you. But there is also always this guy or girl that really, you know, excel in everything, and then they fuck you off. So it depends on them, and if, for example, they get 70, and then it would be half of it for 35, but yes, we're going now to batch memorization. We're going to batch memorization, okay? Oh, okay. How are you guys? It's already 4 hours of nice stuff. Let's continue. Batch norm. Okay, batch norm is one of the most amazing things that was introduced into neural networks, because it flattens the loss curve, so it makes training faster. And you saw it in a multiple choice question before. It makes training faster. So if you want to, it could also reduce your training loss. What else to do? I did write some stuff. Sorry, I'm already, my brain feels like a mush already. Okay, so what problem does batch norm solve? Basically, if we have, I know, I'll just draw it. Let's just do it like that. So batch norm, basically what happens when we multiply with different, we take some kind of distribution, some kind of, let's say we normalize the image, yes, so it says mean 0 and STD of 1, and then we do something and it changed, right? So this change of the mean and STD is called covariate shift. And what basically happens here when we do this and we do again batch norm, we retain it to mean 0 and STD 1, making it much smoother in deeper networks. And this is what makes this is what plateaus or make it the loss curve. I don't know where we have an example of that. Much, these 3D loss curves and mountain fingers that you see, this makes them just much smoother, making it much easier to go to the minimum. Okay, that's what batch normalization does. Let's just go over the formula. Maybe we will have another, after this, another stop just for like 15 minutes because I feel like my brain needs a break. Okay. So batch normalization, basically what it does, it take a batch. And now it's the first time, as I said before, we are at 34. Okay. As I said in 2, okay, when we look at this, we always look at this as one simple instance in the batch. We don't look at it as a batch going through, okay? Therefore, in batch normalization, this has changed. We take into consideration that there is a batch, because what we do, if we have, for example, for fully connected layers, yeah, we do some affine layer, we get some result at length. Okay, this is a question for you guys. X is a dimension n over d, W is dimension d over m, beta b is dimension 1 over m. What is the dimension of the result of the affine layer? Very, very good. Yes, very good. Okay. So we will have n different instances. Each one of them corresponds to a different instance in the batch. And what batch normalization does, very simple. We have m features. This is m, m features, right? And we normalize these. No, not red. Let's just do another color. The features across the universe. Okay, we take the mean of them, STD of them, and then we're basically these results. What are the sizes of these, the STD and the mean? Now, Patrick, we're doing, this is just a fine layer. Yes. What is the dimension of the result of what I do? Two things, yes? They're not doing together, they're doing in parallel. So features, so if we said in an image, we have pixels, right? This is a pixel, this is a pixel, this is a pixel, this is a pixel. It could also be called as feature. Like when we do machine learning and we have age and height and I don't know, BMS, I don't remember. But anyway, we have a vector of stuff over people. So basically here, the features are pixel values, colors, but once we go down the line, we calculate something, this is not pixels anymore. So this is what we call a feature. Okay. Yes, but yes. N will represent the number of the samples in the mid batch. Yes, always. We can also call it, if you want, B, if it helps. Like I liked it actually. We could just call it B. B represent batch. How can we, I'm sorry, could you please repeat how we got the metrics of on the right, this thing? So we did X. We did XW plus B. This is a matrix, right? This is result with N over M plus B, which if someone watched the derivative session, it will understand, because this is a vector. How do we do that? We add them together and we result with this. And that's, I guess, I hope that's understood. Now we have features. This is, okay, this corresponds to the first, this is the features of the first image in the batch. This is the second image in the batch. This is the third, the features that down the line, calculated here, okay? This is this one for the third image. This one represents one sample, and now I'm talking about the entire batch. This is not the same. You work for Google, I Google at work. We are not the same. Okay. And then we take the features, and I want to take the mean and the STD across the features world. That's the features domain. So for each corresponding feature, the first feature, first pixel, if you'd like, if we just flatten the images, okay? And second and third until the M. What is the result of this operation? Yes, Moritz, that's the broadcasting. What is the size? Okay, what is the shape of what we get two different results. What are the shapes? Same shape, and what is it? We take the mean, right? Eventually we have one value here. 1 over M. Yes. Why? Because the mean of all of this is one value. The mean of all of this is one value. So we have 1 over M. Okay. So basically the length of the parameters of fully connected layers batch normalization is 1 over M, given these input sizes that I gave you. Okay. For example, if X is N over D, yes, in this one, and I do severe initialization, what is the N in severe initialization? Out of all the numbers, out of all of N, B, D, and M, what is the N? What is the number of neurons? It's Julius. Like it's okay. So I think Julius had it right. It's D, yes, and you take 1 over D in the calculation of the Xavier, but it's the N that we're talking there is D, is the number of features in the input. Okay, that's something that's important to know, and I know it's confusing. We're just using the same letters for everything. This is why I like batch, D and D over M. This is for X, this is for W. That's for me just much better than we can use N for other things. Okay, so for fully connected layers, we have, remember that we have 2 parameters, each one of size 1 over M. Okay. Let's just go 32. So basically we have are X. X is the input to the batch norm, but it's already the result of the fully connected. So it's N over M, and we have the mean at length 1 over M. Why do I always make it so ugly? And we do broadcasting like we did with the B, right? N, reduce it for each one of the input of the batch. And do the same thing with the STD. Okay, this is mu, and this is STD, or if you want sigma. And we do that. We do mean, we do reduce mean, and we divide by STD. Of course, there is supposed to be a little epsilon here. Oh, Julius is asking a very good question. It was just exactly my next question. Does it work on small batches? Let's start with the edge case. Let's say I have this very simple GPU and a very heavy network, and I can do batch size of 1. Does batch normalization work? Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it work? Yes, it would be exactly the same thing. What will happen? X will be minus X, and that will be 0, basically. And we've killed the network. Okay, and that's a bug that actually happened to me because I used some open source code, and they used batch normalization in their code, and I couldn't use batch size bigger than 1, and it took me ages to understand why I get nuns in my loss functions. Okay, but this is a very good way to think, oh, the batch size might be the problem. It's always a problem. Remember that it could cause a lot of stability problems if you use batch normalization. Okay, what kind of solutions do we have to that? We have a batch size of 1. There is nothing to escape there. We cannot do a batch gradient accumulation, because each gradient accumulation, I mean, you do a forward pass, you calculate back prop, and then you accumulate the gradients and do the optimizer step only after a few epochs. So it will simulate a bigger batch size. But this happens at every first feed forward, right? So it will not help. What could help? Yes, and of course, Andy said there's another problem with a smaller batch size would be just no meaningful mean NSTD. As you guys said earlier, it does not represent the distribution. Like with small batches, it does not represent the distribution, like we said on the validation set. Why can it be that small? So my question was, okay, but I want to use normalization. My network will not learn well. It is a deep network. I have to have normalization. What do I do? Yes, very good, Melina. Group norms. Group norms, I think you've seen it in, so basically what it does, group norms, yeah, it does it for each instance by itself. So if we have, that's not going to be in your exam, but just for you to know. This is X. What's wrong with me? This is this thing, okay? Or X, and anyway, the input to the layer norm, to the norm layer. So group norm would, you have to give it some hyperparameter before that it knows to how many groups to divide each instance. Let's say 3, or usually we do it with the multiplication of 2. So let's just say 4, okay? Okay, so it will normalize this part, normalize this part, this, and also it's with the same parameters to all of them. Okay. This is group norm. You have a layer norm, which just does the entire layer. Okay, and et cetera, et cetera. But group norm is what you want to use. According to the paper of group norms, this is just extra, you know, for those of you who will do deep learning later on, which is super important because don't use batch norm unless your batch size is bigger than batch size bigger than 16. If it's not bigger than 16, you use group norms. Okay, that's just a thumb rule. It was shown in the paper over some of the data sets that these rules, and I can tell you that it works pretty well. Okay, let's continue with batch norm data. What else? Okay, so we have also batch norm like dropout for convolutions. We have special batch norm. What do we do there? That's not intuitive. That's not intuitive. What we do for, so we have a convolution layer. Yes, it results with some output channels. Remember, conv 2D, we will get to convolutions later on, but we have in chan, out chan, kernel, stride, padding, right? Convolution results with output channels. So it will give us, let's say, 64 channels. Okay. Now we want to normalize it. We don't do it the same thing as we did for fully connected layers like we just did, because, well, it is not the same thing. We will have to flatten them all up. And we have, for each image, we have, right? For each image, we have 64 kernels now. We have N over 64 over H over W. So to do regular batch norm, we will have to flatten this and do it. And also, we also say that it, like in dropout, that the correspondence between different kernels is not as strong like in fully connected layer where they're all entangled together. So we do norm over the channels. And what does it do? We take, so this is the first image, okay? This is image 1 in the batch. Second image. And what we do is we normalize, we take the this feature map and this feature map and the feature map from all others in the batch. We concatenate, we flatten them, we concatenate them to this long vector, and we calculate the mean. We result with one value. We take the same exact one, calculate STD. So one value, okay? One value for this, one value for this. It means the number of parameters that we have, because we will go now over this, and this is important to understand, but the number of parameters that we have is basically corresponds to the number of mean and STDs that we have, and it corresponds to multiple the number of channels. If we said we had 64, we will have 128 parameters, which is not a lot at all. Okay, is it understood? Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, I guess it is. Otherwise, people will write questions, and maybe I'm. Oh, thank you for saying. So I'm just gonna keep all of these. So we have two images, right? The two instances. Each one has 64 kernels. So we take this kernel, the first one in the stack, and we take the first one in the stack from the other one and the first one from the other stack, and we take them all together. Yes, we put them next to each other. Yes. And then we flatten them to one single vector all together. Okay, they're all the numbers that are here and they're here and they're here and here, or they're all now here in this single vector. We take the mean and STD over this vector, which results with two values. One is the mean, and you probably cannot see what I'm doing. One is the mean, the STD, and one is the mean. and we do this for each one of the kernels in the output of the convolution. So we'll do it also for the second from each one, and the third from each one, and the fourth from each one, and we'll get 2 numbers for each one of them. So we took the mean and so I have so in CNN 2 params per filter, and in first 2 params per. So yes, Lorenz, what you just said is true, but we don't look at it like that. We have only 2 parameters and this fully connected layer, I mean, and the size of thing. But you're right, like there are different, because we need to, currently what we're doing now, it's not any parameters, right? It's just numbers that we calculate. When we need to do this, now we're going to discuss the parameters, then it's basically, it has to correspond to the sizes of the mean and the variance, and then yes. So you flatten all I kernels from all images. Yes, we calculate mean and variance for a specific channel over all images. We then normalize this respective channel. Yes, you calculate mean and STD and use them to normalize each one of the I kernels separately. Yes, 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 and yes. Very good. So what we just discussed is that we have these 2 parameters, gamma and beta, okay? And this is K, is just for the Kth layer, I guess. And this one for fully connected layers, that will have, both of them will have to have 1/m. And the idea here is to not compel the network to normalize. It could learn to undo the normalization, and also to use, as Abdallah said on the communal notes, to shift and stretch the values that we get here. Maybe we don't want them to be exactly mean 0 and 1 STD. Just a second, I need to follow what you're guys saying. How do you calculate the number of parameters? The number of parameters is basically, this has so basically X, remember that this one is n/m. So the learned STD that we learned, the parameters, has to be 1/m, just to undo the mean and undo the STD that we learned. So this one will do the STD, and this one will do the mean, of course. And if I ask you in the exam, and it was asked in the exam before, you have to know which one corresponds to which one. And this one will be 1/m. And for convolutions, it will be, we will have 60, we said 64 out channels. So it will be out chan and out chan. Okay, so we will have, basically for each kernel, we will have to somehow learn how to undo what we did. It's the numbers of STDs and means, basically. And the question of yield use. So if n batch size do optimum of activation maps, CO number of output channels. What is the output dim of activation maps? Like the dimension doesn't have anything to do, right, with calculation. Yes, we have 64 kernels. We have 128 params. This is just a thumb rule. 2 to the power, like 2 multiplied by the number of output channels. Okay, that's the thumb rule for batch normalization for what we call spatial batch normalization. Okay, right. Another question. Only for the vector side, I calculate mean and STD over. I'm not sure again. Like we don't take the dimension of the kernels into account here. They don't matter. Only for fully connected ones, then we have some size for the. If someone understood the question, please help me. I'm
Yeah, no, I
quite
think what
close.
you wrote is right. What he's meaning, like when you do like convolution, right, you get the activation maps as output with a specific size dimension, like 3 times, I don't know, 5 times 5, whatever. What he meant, like when you calculate the mean and standard deviation over the vector will be of the size, the dimension multiplied with dimension, and then of course the number of
Okay. When
samples.
I do this huge thing over all the kernels.
Exactly.
Okay. Yes. This will be the dimension of it. Like, I'm not sure this is actually how it's done. Like, this is eventually what is calculated. I don't know if this is how it's programmed to be. There might be another way to do it. It's, for me, it was super intuitive to understand it. Okay, we just take them all together and like we are used to do. You know, we have a set of numbers, we do mean and STD for them, and standard deviation. Okay, next important question about batch normalization. What happens during inference time? Okay, Maurice is asking when will be a coffee break. Yes, that's actually a great idea. You know what? Let's just do it right now until 3. Okay, that's a great point. Yes, and Yingdong, you're right. Yes, you do have inference in batch normalization, and break. Yes, join the club. Okay, so let's use until 3, okay? I don't know, I guess some of you will have to go for AI at some point, but good luck with that. I don't know how you could think afterwards. So. So the question before we went to break was, where is your beer? No, it was what happens in batch normalization during inference time. Inference time is always meaning to testing. When model.eval happens in PyTorch. So you cannot bring any calculator, any extra pages, any cheat sheet to i2dl. Yes, a lot of other exams allow you. We don't allow you to bring anything, just water, some food, of course your student ID, have to have student ID. What else? And pens, of course, yeah. And a watch. Don't forget to bring a watch, because in most of TUM classes there is no clock, and there was a problem there last time because there are weird classes in the machine visa building. So bring your own watch to understand the time. I said no calculator. No, you cannot use pens because we have to scan them. And if I cannot read your exam, no points. Yeah, I think smartwatches are allowed. I think that's like what we call it, kit bag question, because just bring your watch. I don't think no one would care. But I'm thinking things issues. What are you planning to do there? You should write the exam instead. When we will know in which room, just before the exam, we will publish it. They're still trying to divide you all that, because we will know only after the deadline of the deregistration. And so we will know how many people we have. Yes, so you could bring you don't have to have your ID, student ID. You could have passport. You could have driver license. You could have anything. Just having your name in a picture, so we could just see that it is you. That's all you need. And if you don't have a regular watch, that's I don't know what to tell you. Let's hope you will not be in machine visa. That's what I can say. It's until 3. So for that, we're waiting for the deregistration term to be over with. You can still deregister from the exam, right? Like until after this time, you will fail if you don't attend, but until then. So then you will know. And another thing, please go the day before the exam to your room and see where you are. Understand like which room you need to go to. You don't want to do it on the day of the exam, especially for first comers to TUM, and those who will get and mostly likely get a machine visa. And this is a maze, really, to find the room that you need to go to. So don't wait for it for the morning of the exam. Go before. So I'm going to also have a break. See you soon. let's continue. Let's continue recording. So what I'm going to discuss now, we have still a few subjects to go over. I will finish batch norm, then we will move to special architectures like VGG, ResNet, InceptionNet, and all of them. Then we will go to autoencoders, convolutions, and then we will go to RNN, LSTM, and advanced topics. There is still a lot to go, so buckle up. Unless there is another topic that you guys want me to go over, and that's what we're going to do today. And then we could also solve some exam questions, but I think that we will just be dead at the end of it. So we'll just wait until 3 and then I'll continue. If we will have another session, it depends if I have time. Like I'm also a master student, I need to study for my exams. So. Maybe we'll have a much shorter one before the exam, just to answer your, you will basically collect questions. So we could do like something like 2 hours, 3 hours, maybe like something like that. That's won't be a problem. Okay, let's continue. So we were discussing batch normalization, and we were dealing with both fully connected layers and convolutions. And now I was asking you guys just before we went to the break, what do we do during inference with batch norm? So basically during it, every forward pass, we calculate the mean and the variance of the batch, not of the entire data set. What do we do during inference? And you're most welcome, guys. Andy, perfect. Okay, so that you're right. I think that Andy just formulated it better. The exponentially weighted average or running average or running variance that we calculated. So it represents better the distribution of the entire data set, right? Because this is a mean and average, a mean and SD that were calculated across the entire data set. Okay. And so adding the idea of distribution is also plus point in the exam. I think that's it, basically. You could see that the BM usually used here is this one. You can also see that it also suffers from this bias correction problem. Here we talk about don't use below 8. I would say, according to the paper, don't use below 16. Okay. Think that that's it. What we have about batch normalizations. Let's just go now. I think the next topic that I wanted to discuss was architectures. Okay, let's just go there. So this is convolutions. We will get there. Special architectures. Okay. So, for example, there was one question in one exam that asked, what was the first convolutional neural network? This. Why do you need to know that? That's not up to me. They all began with such big kernels. We later on, like as time passes by, we move to 3x3 ones. It is, as you can see, it is quite light, but there's nothing here. You have 6 over 28. That's basically nothing. But apparently for this task, it's not. You don't need more than that. They use sigmoid. Anything interesting here? Shout out Google. I think AlexNet would be the first thing to begin with. And AlexNet was interesting. It had, this one has 60,000 parameters. This one had 60 million. And Alex is something that we already used ourselves to extract features. As you could see, most or like all architectures follow the same structure. Like I think it with LNet it will just be easier to show. It has this encoder part, or more likely this encoder part, flattening using fully connected layers most of the time. It depends. They just don't, usually they just don't show it. I guess here they don't even do it. And then using a fully connected layer for global classification. And this is why we use fully connected layers, because we have global classification. And we said, so I don't think we've gone through this yet, but the receptive field of these layers is basically the entire network. So eventually this compresses the data from the entire image. And then we do use global information here from the image. And now for questions. In general, when do we expect us to focus on studying popular CNN architecture? So like we usually see it in the multiple choice. So they will ask you, what kind of format do they use? Conv, but max pool. Max, wait, pool, conv, max, conv, max. Okay, this is, for example, that was one question that was asked that you should have picked. You could also see that most of them use fully connected layers. Those specific architectures, yeah? Like also this, and also AlexNet, and also ResNet also did this, and Inception layer, InceptionNet, etc., etc. So they all use this feature extractor and classifier, okay? All they differ with is parameters, okay? 60 parameters for LNet. VGG had 144 million. For example, you could, it really depends, but this thing, but we already see that we moved to a much smaller kernels here at VGG. This is something you need to remember. AlexNet uses still 5 by 5, right? Or 11 by 11, right? 5 by 5, but VGG already used like only 3 by 3, and Stride 1 same conclusion. This is like the most common way to go about that. The problem with VGG is it is super expensive. Like you see, it's super deep. VGG is very, is it like very deep network, something like that? Stands for like very, very deep. But here you could see like this is basically what they asked in one of the exams. So no specific about each model, like no AlexNet specific question. No, I don't think they will ask specific about AlexNet. That they could ask like how many parameters, like they did it before. That's the problem. They did it before. So they did ask how many parameters AlexNet had, 60 million. How much VGG? 138. But it really depends on the VGG 16 had even more, 144. And ResNet has also some variations. So it's for example, to remember the learning rate, I wouldn't, like it doesn't matter. But the number of parameters does matter because it is super heavy. You guys saw it for yourself. When you wanted to do some transfer learning in exercise 10, and using something that's too big, it's just too big, Why do we have several fully connected layers? Okay, so just to have some, because between them, we have also activations, non-linear. So basically, you basically learn non-linearity of the global information, while here you extract features, which is different. Also, you could see that it mostly follows this idea. I know that here basically doesn't, but because they're staying the same spatial size. But it follows the idea that we go down in spatial size, but go up in convolution, in depth. Okay, so going down in spatial size, going up in depth. Down, up, and of course, in autoencoders, we did the exact same thing around when we had to decode stuff. What happens to the RGB channel? That's it. It's gone. Like these are just features, right? These are just numbers, and they are summed to something like here. First channel. Well, we will talk about convolutions, but the first channel just is summed over here, or of course we could do like 3 by 3, and that's it. The RGB features are processed to be something else now. We process edges from the RGB image, so that would represent that. Residual blocks, that's something also we really like to ask about, is skip connections. The term gradient highways, super important. You could also say it in regard to LSTMs. That's also the same thing. After LNet, all classic LSTM use ReLU as activation. Yes, it is true. I think so, yeah. Like LNet was very early. I think it was 2012 or so, or 14. Like just at the very early stages of deep learning. So they still use, and you could see that here, it's really not deep. So sigmoid will be a problem, right? We said sigmoid is a problem in deep networks because of the vanishing gradient. Exactly here. So I'm bullshitting you, but with confidence. That's the important thing. Well, maybe everything I've said during this time was such bullshit. Anyway, yes, well, let's go to ResNet. So the thing is that res blocks, as we see them here, this is a function that we call f of x, because xl minus 1 is the input to this function. And then the result of this entire thing will be f of x plus x, meaning that the gradients, when they come from the d out, the upstream gradient, right? And they both go into this function and are calculated there, whatever goes on in this thing, but they also go immediately here. So when we do, how do we do this gradient? Just remove all this and delete. Okay, so the derivative, if this is the function f of x plus x, the derivative of f of x plus x by x would be f of x by x plus 1, right? This is going to be the derivative of x. It's going to get this multiplied, of course, by the out. Yes, we do not forget the out. So the out will go here, and this one will be just the out. So basically, the derivatives are completely transferring, and they're not suffering from the vanishing gradient problem that we said. That if we looked at LNet, for example, well, this is too short, but for example, this deep network, here they don't have this d out plus 1 multiplied by d out to just pass as it is during x. So this d out could pass basically if we had skip connections, this d out thingy, the upstream gradient just flows all the way back to the very early stages without losing magnitude, which is this is the highway for gradients. This is what we mean by that. And in every network, yeah, of course, in every network that you will implement from now on, you want to use skip connections. You want to use ResNet because it is amazing. Besides allowing us to do to solve the vanishing gradient problem, yeah, of course it is not a guarantee. You will still have some problems with other stuff, but it will definitely do amazing things. You also use features from the original, you could use features from early stages. So for example, at low stages, you learn something, and then you say, oh, let's just use the edges that I've learned here. Let's just use the power, the knowledge that I have here. Incredible, okay? Let's just go over the ResNet again. So this is depends. Yes, of course, the dimensions have to remain the same thing. If you use ResNet as Rx plus X, the entire dimensionality has to be set to remain the same. So B, C, H, and W, right? But if you use ResNet in concatenation, right? If I just come like in unit, so basically I take I calculate something, and then I concatenate, I don't know, this thing. Let's say I downsample it back to 6.6, this one, and then I just can concatenate it here. Then the channels could differ, and this layer had to know to take this kind of things, which is also a great way to do. It just takes, it's a bit more, of course, more parameters, but it gives more flexibility with what you're doing. Let's go over ResNet again. So basically, ResNet is built of these blocks. So we have, this is, let's say, this is image, and it goes. Okay, this is basically, we call it stem. Why we do this stem thing? To make it into these C channels that we want, and then it will now we can basically do this operation because we have the same channels, the same size. So we will have a skip connections here, and a skip connections here, and a skip connection here, and a skip connection here. Okay, and in the future you will learn densenet. Densenet will concatenate. So it will go here, but it will also go here, and it will also go here and here and here, and from all of them, which is super heavy, but very good. Like it is super powerful. Is there any specific question about ResNet that you would like to know? Because besides just looking at any other architecture and just saying, okay, we're doing this, we're having another connection, there's nothing to it. It has to keep the same dimensionality. Okay. Let's see. Now, InceptionNet, they're usually asking about that. It just, what's so special about it that it used different kernel sizes. It uses them all, besides like all the way up to 5. Okay. Also, this max pooling confuses a lot of people. What's happening here? We have, it's basically just a normal kernel. It just doesn't multiply stuff by weights. It just does max pooling, but it has also padding of 1 and stride of 1. So it does the exact, it's like conv 2D, in, out, 3. Oh, I cannot write here. Okay, so 311 basically. Okay, like the magical triplet of the convolutions. Okay. So anything special that I want to discuss here? Okay, so we also introduced this, but I will talk about it when we go to convolutions. Okay, we also have this depth-wise. I saw it in some works. It's not really widely used in research, at least from what I saw. But it does have, it could be good in deeper layers. I'm not sure you will be asked about it. We never asked about it. Would we have to be able to express what could be asked about ResNet? What would we have to be able to express mathematically? Well, there's nothing to express here mathematically besides doing this, right? Like there was one exam where you were requested to draw this. So basically, X the input, and then result, and you have some input layer inside, some with activation, and that's it. I have a question: use more convolutional layers. Use it to shrink the number of channels and adds to nonlinearity. One can learn more complex functions. Whether convolution is a linear operation. Convolution by itself is a linear operation. It basically takes a window from an image, right? It takes this window, right? But what it does, it's the same as you could take this window with the channels, of course, flatten it out, and use it with the kernel as a fully connected layer with the bias, of course, because you have a bias also here. Okay, so it is like a linear layer. It just has it does local information instead of global information, which fully connected layer do. And we will talk about it when we get to convolutions. ResNet is something I would put some effort into learning, like to understand what's going on in this part. But besides that, all of these, not really relevant. Yes, pooling adds nonlinearity exactly like ReLU adds nonlinearity. It's a max function. No, it's not exactly like, but it's just a max function. But it's not the same as an activation. Okay, so we don't say, oh, we have max pool, we don't use ReLU. It doesn't work the same. And that was just a question before that I remember from Piazza. Okay, this is already UNet, and I don't want to discuss it now. I want to go first to convolutions. Introduction to CNNs. So, so there was one question in one exam, and that required you to do convolutions, which was a horrible thing. Also for us to grade it, but it's very creative, I must say. They do sometimes like to ask about these, so it is good to understand them. We could go over them if you like. These image processing, what we call handcrafted kernels. Basically, at the beginning of time, humans created these very, very smart kernels to do stuff. For example, edge detection or Gaussian blur or whatever. But it was bounded by human intelligence. So basically, we do this. It's very, very nice, and it has amazing capabilities, but it is bound to exactly this. And to use it, and once we let math do its magic by letting it learn the kernels themselves and not bounding it to these, then it allows us to have what we have today as deep learning. And to let itself extract the features that it needs the most. Average pool is a linear function, right? Like for your question, Daniel. That's a linear function. In exam, I assume we were given image and the kernel. Yes, we would need, I think, not to flip the kernel, but like to do the deconf. Do I need to go over how does a kernel work? I guess maybe, because I guess not everyone understands that. Does someone here want me to go over how convolutions work? Okay. So what I do want to mention, we all remember that it goes into depth. We introduced in InceptionNet, we introduced the one-by-one convolutions. What are the purposes or the usage of one-by-one convolutions? Your turn. Okay, but for what purpose? Yes, that's what it does. But for what? Why would they want to use it? Why would they want to reduce channels? Yes, to reduce the computation, exactly. Okay, so that's so. For example, when I come to build my own architecture, I don't just do so. Oh, I learned one by one convolution. Just put it here to remove channels. Like I say, oh, that's already super big. I'm building, for example, a unit, and I do upsampling stage, and I want to process like with NN upsample that I really recommended you to use, right? But it's not learnable, so we want to have the convolution on a block afterwards to process it, and then I use 4 different kernels, but it's super heavy. Like most of GPUs cannot use that, so like normal home GPUs. So if you use one by one convolutions, we could remove, like, really mitigate the computational load. You said we also learned filters. So when we set the output channel to value n, we have n different kernels, yes, which are initialized differently. Yes, they are definitely initialized differently. Maintain special dimension while reducing channels to make computation more easy. Yes. Okay. So all of the all the last answers were really good, and exactly what I wanted to hear. Okay, these things, well, you have to know them by heart, and you might be asked, you might be not, but we need to remember that these allows us to have no fractions, basically. And I posted this on Piazza, there is this video that visualizes kernels, and it you could say that it doesn't have to go the full special dimensionality. If a kernel doesn't manage to cover everything, it will just not do the last kernel of the row. Okay, but this way we don't have problem with when we do the floor mechanism, we don't have a problem with fractions. Okay, yes, that's also a recurring questions from exams. Give me a magical triplet to keep dimensionality, to keep the special dimension. We will go to receptive field, don't worry. 311, very good. Okay. That's something I just want you to be immediately in your head. We use 311. It's like also takes local information. It's also lightweight, and it also keeps the spatial dimensionality as it is, and we allows us to control it. Because if we move from 100 over 100 to 28 over 28, it's a problem. It also introduces a lot of problem in building the architecture. So we do max pool, and there was something I wanted to ask you about max pool. Let's see. What was that? What is this +1? What's going on? Yeah, I think that your brain is as melted as mine. Okay, so what filters result in same spatial dimensions? Okay, so you basically take this one and you could put numbers that would fit and give us this. As long as I get this, if I have H and W, and I get the result after the convolution H and W, every set of parameters that gives me that would, of course, work. But not every set makes sense. Why 311? Let us do an example together. First kernel, right? Assume there are padding here, like zeros at the end, okay? With stride 1, so we get, the first one would give us this. No, I moved too fast. It's supposed to be the same height, sorry. Why am I still doing that? Okay. No, again, my mistake. Okay, again, so if you do it for every layer, and we'll get 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 by 3, and that's just it. Okay, you can just work with like you do your own example on paper, and you'll see the 3, 1, 1 will just give you the same spatial dimensionality, and it's the best one to use. Like you could, of course, use bigger ones, but you'll have to have some reasoning to do so. Like, for example, a bigger kernel has a bigger receptive field, meaning it knows, it gets information from bigger part of the original image. So in order to compensate for 3 by 3 takes less local information. So 2 stages, 2 convolutions of 3 by 3 will give you 5 by 5 receptive field. And we'll see how now. So that's good. Why is 311? Because 522 introduces so many more parameters into the network, you will explode. It's better to use 1 by 1 convolutions and 3 and 3 just together and stack them together instead of using 5 by 2 to get the same receptive field, to send the same information from the original image. Yes, 311 always works. Always. I would always like, that's supposed to be the default thing that you do. Okay. Also, a Git Copilot, that's the first thing that it would give you. Okay. Oh, and for the cherry on the top, let's do receptive field. Okay, so the receptive field is a very important concept. This thing is quite easy to compute once you get what's going on. And the idea is how many, and this was again an exam question. How many? What is the receptive field? How can you describe or what is the definition of receptive field? And the definition of receptive field is how many pixels in the original input does a neuron in an intermediate layer represents or represent. Okay. So, for example. So how do we calculate that? So that's what we just discussed, right? We said 5 by 5 kernels, right, will take this. It will take much more information from this part of the image, right? It has a bigger receptive field, more information, it knows more than the 3 by 3 that takes much lower, much more localized information. But we can compensate by that by having just another convolution layer that has the same receptive field. That's the idea. So what is the definition of a receptive field? Receptive field, to memorize, yes? Yes. I asked you that in an exam, you gave me this sentence. We usually don't ask you that in the exam. We just ask you to calculate that. But the receptive field is a very important term. Is a very important concept. This is why we usually ask that, because it's very good to know. We are at page 38 for those who want to go and see for themselves. Now let's try to understand how to calculate that. It is very, very, very simple. Okay. How we do this looks frightening. It shouldn't. Let's just say that we have I think the stride here is 2, right? I know stride here is 1. Okay. So we have some. Let's take ResNet. Okay, or not AlexNet, but what was that? VGG. Okay, VGG, as they had convolutions 3, 1, 1. That's the golden triplet for each one of the networks. Okay, let's just assume we don't have spool right now. Okay, just for simplicity. Later on, we could solve it with it. We want to ask what is the receptive field of this neuron. And after, if this is conv2, this is the image. Okay, this is conv1, and this is conv2. What is the receptive field of a pixel in conv after conv2? That's a very, very common question. How do we calculate? So what we say this is the formula. R1 is the kernel of the first layer. We always calculate the formula for k bigger than 2, equals or bigger than 2. So from R2 and on. So basically what it says, for R1, this is R1. The special, each pixel here corresponds to just the kernel size, right? It corresponds. This one created this one. This corresponds to 3 on 3. So far, so good. So the first one, R1, if we just calculate it here, equals 3. Okay, let's do R2. We want to calculate this. Okay. So let's, according to the formula, we say RK minus 1, which we in R2 is R1, it's the previous one. All the strides up to this layer, not including if we are in layer 2, so all the strides up to 1, not including 2, so just basically the stride of this layer. And the size of our kernel minus 1. Okay, let's just do that. So we said 3, all the strides up to this layer, not including, so we had only 1. It's going to, the stride we say is 1. So 1 multiply current kernel size, which is 3, minus 1 equals 5. The receptive field of this neuron is going to be 5 on 5. Okay, because this one, in order to get this one, we got this kernel. And this kernel corresponds to this big one. Stop me if you don't understand, if you don't follow me. And we will have another question.
Can you maybe execute that for like at least 3 layers? So
yes, of course. That's what I wanted to do right now. Okay, let's just do another example. Okay. And let me build something for us. Okay. So we have an image. We have a first, okay, this is image or R0. Okay. R1 conv with 3, 1, 1. R1. Not spool. 2 by 2 and stride of 2. Okay. I could also write it 2 to 0. Understood? 2 kernel, 2 stride, 2 0 padding. This is R1. Okay, let's go to, we're going to R2. Okay, and then we do another conf. Okay, 3, 1, 1. We're basically doing stuff in VGG, right? Yes, it's just how VGG works. And we'll have a fully connected layer at the end. Okay, basically VGG. Of course, they're much shorter. Or, okay, so let's just calculate R1. Let's begin. I want to know what, we have 2 questions. What is the receptive field of layer here? Ah, wait, I have a problem. I have a mistake here. This is R3, and this is flattened to this. Okay. What I want to know, the receptive field of pixel in R3, and I want to know the receptive field of a pixel in the flatten. After we flatten, and of course we do one layer. Just let me. Latin plus linear. Okay. Okay. So we have two questions. One would be a receptive field here, and the second one, a receptive field here. Let's do the first one. Okay. R0, we don't care. We start from R1, always. R1 is the first layer. R1 is as we said, is the size of the kernel of the first layer. So it's going to be 3 because each pixel here corresponds to a kernel of 3 by 3 image pixels in the original image. So far, so good, right? Stop me if you don't understand that. Okay, we continue. No, padding is not related to the receptive field. It doesn't matter because we say it's like the big O notation in computer science. That yes, with padding, the edge pixels currently will not correspond to 3 by 3 from the original image, but most of the pixels will. So all of them correspond to 3 by 3. Okay, that's the idea of it. We don't care about padding here, not at all. R2. So you have to, oh, yes. No, this is R3. Yes, you're reading it as a yes too. Okay. Thank you for mentioning. Okay, let's do R2. So we said the formula, and I wish you, like, I hope you guys open it yourself, so I won't have to show it for you every time. The formula will be 3 plus all the strides up to this one, not including, I mean, only this, okay? Up to this layer, not including, is going to be 1 multiply kernel of this layer minus 1. 2 minus 1, it's going to be 4. The receptive field of this layer is 4. Of this thing. So each pixel here corresponds to 4 layers here. And I hope it makes sense to you guys, because what Maxpool does, it takes these 4, right? This is the kernel. So this was created by moving the kernel here with stride 1. So just another image, another pixel here, and another pixel here for these ones. So it will be, if the red one here was 3 and 3, we just added 1 to each side. It's much harder to think about it like that. This is why we have the formula. But I just want to show you why it works. Okay, so this one is 4. R3. Again, we have a convolution. We have the previous receptive field. We said it's 4. Now we have all the strides up to this layer, not included, which is in this and this. Stride of this was 1. Multiply by 2. Kernel of this layer 3 minus 1 equals, this is 2, 8. This layer, each pixel here corresponds to 8 in the original one. Yes, we do ignore the stride of the original, because all we care is what happens so far, and then we take with our kernel the receptive from previous layers. So stride is not relevant here. Yes, I work this way and not the other way around. I find it much easier. Also, because with formula.
What is the number right after the plus?
This like, one?
Yeah, 1 times 2 for R2 1.
Like I lost you.
Yeah, just the thing you underlined. What is
1 multiplied by 2, 3 minus 1.
And the 2, 1 times 2 is for what?
The strides here, stride here, not including the R layer. It's basically this. So the receptive field of R3 is 8. Okay, that's first question. What is the second? What is the answer for the second question? What is the receptive field of this? No, it's not 8. Let's say that our first image is 8 by 8. What is the receptive field? Yes, Andrea has it right. Yes, also Susanna. 8 by 8. Very good. Okay, now what Luca just said, that's that's actually how it should be. Okay, so the like the answers that they expect you in the lecture, in the exam to write will be 8 by 8 with a tuple. Okay, they don't want just the 8, they want them, because receptive field could be different if the input image or the kernel sizes are different. So we always write both height and width. Usually they're the same, so we just calculate them the same. We don't have to do it twice. So basically, why is it the entire image? Because, so we got to this stage, right? We were shrinking, we were encoding the image more down and down and down, okay? And then we flattened this thing, right? So let me just delete some stuff for, what have I done? Well done. I just flattened it. Okay. So basically each pixel here corresponds to one of them here. And then I do fully connected layer. So this one is connected to all of them, all the pixels in the dense image. And this one corresponds to the entire image here. This image shrinked. So this one is connected to the entire image. This is why the linear layer of the the linear layer here we use them as classifiers for global information. For the task of global classification, what's in the picture, a giraffe, then this is why we use it like that. Any doubt about that? May you speak now or never be spoken again. I guess not. I guess it's all clear to everyone. Okay. Will the formula be given with the question, or do you have to know it for the exam by yourself? This formula was never taught to you in the lecture. It was they basically want you to do it by hand, I guess. But then we understood when we started to this exam that, oh my God, this is impossible. And we found that on the internet. Okay, the next topic that I want to cover after cons is autoencoders. Okay, let's just go there. My favorite topic of i2dl, and I used to ask when I was writing questions, many questions about this. Okay, autoencoder, I just want to make sure. 311 means kernel size, padding, stride. I always say it the other way around, like padding is the last, just because this is how it goes in PyTorch. Stride comes before padding. But although, as long as you clarify what you want, you know, it's okay. Also, another question that could come up regarding convolutions is how do you represent a convolution, the convolution weight matrix? So in PyCharm, not PyCharm, PyTorch, we have we have tuple of 4, right, representing the number of kernels, the channels of each kernel, which means this is the input, the X channels, right? The input channels, and then height and width. So I'm just gonna number of kernels in channels, height and width of kernel. Now this is just the kernel, not the image. So this is from im, this is KK. Okay, this is how it is in PyTorch. You could also write it, and some conventions in literature do it the other way around and do im KK WK HK and WK. Okay, that's also a possibility. You need to write down what each one of them means, and if you do that, that's enough. Okay. Autoencoders. Okay. K, yes, K is the no, it's the number of kernels. Like you could give it whatever you want. Give it any name that you want. You could say number of kernels or hashtag kernels or filters, S for filters or whatever you want. Okay, what did we say? Autoencoders. What did we say? What kind of machine learning scheme is it? Very good, unsupervised. What do we do here? Okay, what do we do? Important, very important. So this architecture is divided into 3 different things. It has an encoder. An encoder is what we had so far in all of the architectures in AlexNet, in VGG, in ResNet, in whatever. All of them were building an encoder, meaning we encode the input, whatever it is, an image, for example, by reducing spatial dimensionality, but increasing with convolutions, we could increase, of course, the dimensionality in the depth. Problem is the original one that we saw was with fully connected, which did not allow us to do it. Okay, so I'll just continue later on to explain what does it mean. We have a bottleneck. Bottleneck basically tells us how low should we go with our dimensionality. The lower it is, yeah, the smaller it is, it means that only specific features could go pass through. It needs to learn like the very most most important points. It cannot learn more than that because just a few can go. So if it's too small, we will basically underfit, because we will not be able, if we just, let's say we had only one at the bottleneck, one neuron, right? We could learn, the encoder could learn one neuron. So this is supposed to be the most meaningful thing about the image, but this is definitely not enough to say anything about an image, right? So we will definitely not be able to perform. Okay, that's and what if it's too big? This is about too small. We'll see. That's very blurry, but this is too small. I think if you say underfit, if it's too small, that's enough. If it's too big, overfit. Why is it overfitting? Would it overfit? Because what's the mission here? We memorize exactly. Yes, we will overfit, because imagine we had the same amount of neurons, so it would just memorize them and reconstruct them immediately the same thing, right? It will just memorize the input exactly. So we don't want that either. Therefore, the autoencoder bottleneck, or latent space, as we called it earlier, is a hyperparameter. Okay, so we need to understand how big or how small it should be. It cannot be too small, it cannot be too big. With convolutions, we are allowed to, we're much more flexible, because yes, we reduce the image to something very small, but it has depth, right? We can continue, we can save a lot of information inside this depth. Yes, let's just do this again. So when this bottleneck is too small, it means only specific features could pass through to the decoder and to be reconstructed. If it's too small, not enough information could pass on for this reconstruct to be meaningful, which means we underfit, which means the performance will be very bad. We cannot really reconstruct what we want. The mission, yes, we always ask, what is the mission? Mission impossible. The mission is to reconstruct the input. Therefore, if we don't manage to reconstruct it well, we underfit. We don't manage to solve the task. If it's too big, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 6. Okay. So we have tack, 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 and we have another one. Oops. I definitely did something wrong. Yes, I did. But anyway, we basically we can just basically memorize the input. So it doesn't need to do anything, right? It doesn't need to learn, it doesn't need to generalize. The entire point of having an encoder is to be able to extract features. Even before we had convolutions that do that, okay? Then remember what we did in the exercise. In the exercise, we had a scenario. This is also a question about autoencoders. When do we want to use it? We had a scenario when we had a small data set. Most of it was unlabeled, okay? So we don't we can't really use it for our classification task. So we used an autoencoder to train the encoder part to extract features, because it needs to be, in order to pass only the relevant features through the bottleneck, it needs to extract the most meaningful features and then reconstruct it. Once this converged, we basically disabled this part. We plugged in some classifier that gave us a label using the very small data set that is labeled. But because we don't need to train this anymore, we did transfer learning to be able to use the feature extractor that it learned on the big data set, now just to use it for the classification part. Okay, this is what we did with autoencoder. What kind of what kind of losses can we use here? By the way, I expect you to be able to explain to me in detail what I just explained to you. Okay, so if I ask you what's the point of the encoder, what's the purpose of encoder in autoencoders? What is the latent space? What is the decoder? Okay, we use cross entropy, L1 loss. Yes, very good. Okay, BCE is just when we do a classifier. An autoencoder is an unsupervised learning, so we don't use BCE, only if we do the classification. Yes, L2 is an MC, yeah, like a mean squared error. L2 is the same idea. It's another name. So yeah, so we could use L2 and L1, and if we do L2, as you already remember so well, that L2 will give the mean, or the best score, the minimum of the L2 loss would be the mean of the data. Therefore, when we reconstruct the image, it will be Blurry. Yes, very good. It's okay. When we reconstruct the image and it's blurry, it means, oh, we did something good. Very good, us. And L1 will be a bit sharper. Oh, another question that I saw in an exam would be actually interesting. Yeah, it's a hard question though. So you have a data set, and it is not labeled at all, right? But you do want to label it somehow. How do you use an autoencoder for that? And I will not let you think about it right now. We'll just explain, okay? So basically, we could use an autoencoder to take this data set to reconstruct it, right? We train the encoder. Training the encoder means that this, we could just remove the decoder, but remain with the encoder and the latent space. That's just basically the last layer of the encoder. And we expect, not like in variational autoencoders, but to different or similar images to have similar latent input, to have more similar to each other than others. And then you could basically take the entire data set and encode it to latent spaces, these vectors, and basically use k means, or you want to have 10 labels, so you have 10 means like k and n, and basically then to cluster them together. Okay, that's, for example, a possible question in an exam. And I think that during an exam it's hard to think about it, but an option. Okay, keep it in mind. And then the power of autoencoders. Okay, like what an incredible thing it is. When we go to a variational autoencoder, we'll explain. We can use encoder to learn a low dim representation and then cluster them in latent space. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what the task was. It's basically like using to learn to do something like PCA, right? How? How would you like? It's just image, right? Like, how does it know what's? It doesn't know what's inside. It's just number. It's just colors. I believe that it would be very, very. The performance would be very low if you just do it on the images themselves. Yes, this is exactly how embeddings work. Yes, like we did in RNNs in the last exercise. This is exactly how embeddings work. This is the definition of embeddings. And for example, it doesn't work on raw data like we have, for example, for NLP, and we embed each word where you have to process the words first before you use it, because it has to have some meaningfulness. What else do I want to ask you here? Latent space. Now, here, without nonlinearity, it is very similar to PCA. PCA is linear. I wouldn't know, didn't do machine learning. I think that's it about that. That's it about autoencoders. And that's like Forrest Gump says, and that's all I have to say about that. Okay, so now let's move on to our beloved topics of RNN, LSTM, and advanced topics of i2dl. And from that, I think we'll finish, or we'll do more questions, of course, but let's just finish the materials. In transfer learning, I don't know if you've seen that in the lecture. That's actually a good thing, okay? When to do what, when the distribution corresponds to each other. For example, when I want to take AlexNet, right? And to use it to, what did we do? We did segmentation, right? So basically classification tasks, right? This is what it is. And AlexNet, that's what it's trained for. It is trained to extract features for classification. So the domain gap, as someone had mentioned it earlier in the chat, is not that big. So we could take AlexNet, either freeze it completely, or if we have a big data set, we could actually fit it a little bit to us, so we could train some of the layers of it. But of course, we have to change the layer of the classifier to fit to our distribution. That's the word. Oh my God, my brain is already gone. Why does transfer line introduce in the capital of RNN? I have no idea. It's just the original author of this shit with double E, not I. They just wrote it like that, and we never bothered to change it. If you want, more than welcome to reorder the things. Okay, but for example, if I want to take AlexNet to do a regression task, or I don't know, do it on a completely different distribution, we will have to even train the entire thing all over again. So for large datasets from different distribution. Okay, for example, if we train it on ImageNet, and then I tell you, oh, I have a task for my job. I want to classify people that go in the security camera. Definitely not the same distribution, and we will have to train the entire thing all over again. You could look at pre-trained weights as kind of initialization. It's already better than random. So it's a great idea to use them. Yes, they don't like RNN, and this is definitely not connected to each other. I think maybe in our year it was connected. They were taught together in the same lecture, so this is why. But besides that, oh, okay. RNNs. RNNs were the first. Well, the recurrent neural networks were the first model to try and encapsulate the idea of consecutive data, like sentences, or it could be also images, frames in video, also something that has that are not independent of all other things in the data set, like it is dependent on the way they're fed into the network. And it was a great idea to begin with, but it introduced a lot of problems. One advantage of RNN is because so basically it's just the same cell, right? And each cell has uses the same weights. We have to embed, as we said now, we have to embed all the inputs into some vector and then feed it to the cell. And inside the cell, we have some V for the hidden state that could be initialized as zeros or some Gaussian or even be learned. So we have the HT-1 plus W for the X, okay? They have to together, when we do the plus, they have to have this shape of, because we're constructing right now HT. So they have to have the same size of HT-1. So in this question that you see always in Piazza, when X was a vector of length 3 and HT-1 was of length 5, we have both of them to bring these to be vectors of length 5. Okay, so HT will also be at R5. Okay, so this is something to keep in mind. Of course, it is some kind of a finder. We have a bias also, so don't forget the bias. It has to be at the size of HT, okay? So as you could see, because this is the network, and it is super lightweight. You don't have millions of parameters here. You don't have stages of convolutions. You don't have any of this. Super lightweight. Yes. Jonathan.
Quick question about the bias. You said at the side of HT, so it has to be for example, when we implement in Python, because I had just a question about it yesterday in the tutorial, we have to set bias true for the matrix we apply to HT or to both matrices, like the one we apply.
That's interesting question. I think it doesn't matter. Like, because it's like an addition, both are like, because eventually, either if you do the HT, like V HT -1 plus bias, and then the W plus X, these are all just additions. So I don't think it matters.
Okay, thank you.
Also, some variations of RNN have intermediate outputs, which means that we have gradients also coming from them. Okay, but I think that what you learned, basically, you have it only at the last one. There are many variations. Okay. So this was an advantage of RNN. What is a disadvantage? That's more of a likely question. What are the disadvantages of recurrent neural networks? First of all, let's mention them. Slow to train is not a good answer. You have to explain why. Okay, slow to vanishing gradient, yes. What else? Progression hard to compute. What does it mean? Floating and vanishing gradient, yes, that's a question. So the question was, what are the disadvantages of RNN? There is the, oh, okay, forgets all their information. Julius, you're on the right direction. How would you rephrase it? Almost not long input. Long term. Yes, okay, so Susanna was technically with the right phrasing. Long-term dependencies between inputs, okay? Remember that, remember that, remember that. Long-term dependencies between inputs are hard to train, okay? Now, the long-term dependencies, how we solve, basically by not using RNNs, you're using something else. You use LSTMs, or which have the gradients highway, with the current state, or you use transformers, which don't suffer from this problem at all. But the gradient, the vanishing gradient or exploding gradients, we could solve. How? How to solve the, let's start with the vanishing gradient. How do you solve that? So Julius is right again. Julius Caesar. Yes, the eigenvectors of the Weyl matrices have to be 1. And I want you to explain why. Eigenvalue decomposition is the name of our algorithm. That's not an answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Caesar. Julius is right again. Exponential growth larger than 1 explodes over time, and smaller it makes it vanish. That's the biggest problem of RNNs, because we are multiplying, yes, the same weight matrices. Remember, we have a fine layer, right? And what is the derivative of XW plus B in corresponding to W? Of an affine layer, given D out, we said it's X transpose D out, right? And we want that for H and yes. So, sorry. the other way around. We want the one, we have VHT minus 1 plus WX plus B. And we want HT minus 1 to continue to go on these arrows, right? And the derivative of HT minus 1 will be V transpose D out. And because this is multiplied again and again and again and again and again, and you have this exercise in one of the exams on Piazza, we suffer from what we call the vanishing gradient. Skip connections, okay, that's actually a great, interesting idea. I'm just not sure that it was ever implemented for RNNs. I think just people just went immediately to LSTMs that implement something like that. So I don't know. I wouldn't bet on it in the exam. Just this this exponential growth is the answer that we think expect you to have. Okay, that also could solve the exploding. What another mechanism could solve for us the exploding gradient problem? Andy is right, gradient clipping. Is everyone familiar with gradient clipping? Because this is something you have to implement in every network that you try to implement. Gradient clipping is the master, okay? It will just prevent from your gradients to explode. Better initializations of weights also, but gradient clipping really just, they cannot explode anymore, because no matter what value they will get, it will always clip them to this maximal value. So no matter if it gets to 1000, if I set the threshold to 3, everything is sent to 3. So it will never explode, okay? So gradient clipping, we calculate the gradients, right? Let's say V here has an eigenvalue greater than 1, meaning that when the gradients arrive here, it's basically very, very high numbers, okay? Like the numbers that are multiplied by each other are very, very big already. And then I want to do the VT equals dVT, T minus, sorry, my brain doesn't work anymore. T minus 1 minus alpha, okay, something like that. And we want to do that. So if but this one is super big. I don't want to do that. That will just ruin everything. So if I just clip that, yes, I just do min thresh gradient, okay? It will just clip it to this if it's too big. So what is a good threshold in practice? What do we always say? This is a hyperparameter that you have to see for yourself. I use about 3 and it works really fine, but it really depends on your, like for my model, it works fine, but yes. So Ahmed was right, it's also a hyperparameter. Yes. There are some already in PyTorch. There is already a package that does it for you, and you don't need to worry about that. Very nice. I don't know, Sebastian. Oh, and who asked that question? What about gradient vanishing? Cedric, a very, very good question, because when this question was asked in an exam, and people answered gradient clipping for exploding, well, that was a very problematic question, as it is. But the people lost points just because they said that it will solve vanishing gradient. And of course, it doesn't. Can we use gradient clipping for vanishing? An interesting idea. I'm not familiar with such a thing. Maybe this, because gradients should correspond to the direction. Maybe just setting it to one direction was not the best idea. Okay, another question I wanted to ask. Why do we use TUN-H as an activation or sigmoid in RNN and not ReLU? So Jonathan, that could example work. Yes, Mohammed, and you could just use transformer instead and then not worry about it. No and no. Not the dying ReLU is a problem with every RNN, right? It's not just every neural network, not just specifically to RNN. Okay, Jonathan here has it right. Has it rest. So more exploiting gradients because the same thing again, we multiply by the same matrix. And if because so remember that tan H bounds the input X into between -1 and 1. And ReLU has this linear size. So because we're multiplying again and again and again by the same thing, and this could explode. And then, of course, exploding gradients and death to all. And this is why it was used. It was not used in RNN. So again, RNN is not used anymore, and for a good reason. Okay, but we still teach it because it's, you know, it's good to know where we come from. What are the advantages of what? Of RNN? And so it's very lightweight, right? Every cell uses the same matrices. Very lightweight. So you could apply to a lot of, even with very simple hardware. But besides that, yeah, no advantages to this. But it was, you know, it was research. We begin somewhere and we develop on top of it. Because on top of it, as you can see, we have the discussion here, vanishing, exploding, or magnitude of eigenvalues of 1, blah, 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 okay? This is why we have this. And you should not just skip this LSTM. People like to ask questions about LSTMs, specifically on the gates, okay? Specifically on the input, output, update. What is TT in LSTM? They'll give you 3 things. They will give you, let's see if I have an example here. Yeah, they will give you this and ask you, and with corresponding G, and G, and G1, G2, G3, and you'll have to fit them into the matrices here. Okay. The advantage of, for example, this one gives us some kind of probability, what we want to forget, what we want to take, what not. Tan H bounds us again within -1 and 1. CT allows us the highway for gradients. Okay, these are the things you need to know about LSTM. To do derivatives through that would be just hell. I would never even attend such a question. So basically, the question about it's like skip connections, right? We have this mechanism for each cell, right, inside. But you could see, I don't know if you could see it. Can I just go bigger? Yeah. So you see this. This is the state say, and it just flows from one cell to another. So this allows the gradients to not be diminished here by all of these tan H and sigmoid gates. It just goes. It can just go. This was a very good thing. Again, LSTM suffer also, like it manages to learn better long-term relationships, but it was much more expensive to use. But it was state of the art until transformers came along. That was state of the art for any translation or whatever. I think so, yes, Emily. Yeah. So, and highway gradients works like in ResNet. So basically, these are functions, right, that require gradients in backpropagation, and of course they get it from the output, right? But this is also processed here with all these gates, and this is also processed here with all these gates of sigmoid and tanh, which are horrible, right? And this suffers from the exact same problem as RNN. These are the same weights all over again, like in RNN. It's not like every cell has different thing. The inputs are fed to the same cell. Basically, they suffer from the same problem, but we have the cell state here that moves along here. And this allows us to keep the gradients alive. This doesn't go through any state. Okay, and you can just go and forget and take what it needs. It can forget, in this class, it just can forget this thing and just continue if it needs to forget the cell, for example. It could, which we call the forget gate. Forget gate is for the previous hidden state. Okay, so it basically takes RNN idea. We have a hidden state, H0, okay? A hidden state and an X and some manipulation on both of them, but also skip connections. I think it could also be either ones or zeros. Actually, I don't know. Or either learned like the hidden state. The problem with RNN, again, that we use the same weights all over again and again, and also using these kind of activation functions that are bound to either saturate or to send us to very small, the gradients to give very small magnitude of the gradients. Because as we said earlier in the beginning of this session, that the sigmoid would give us at most 0.25. That is the biggest magnitude of gradient that it could give you. So it basically kills everything. Okay. So this is why having this solved the problem. It's basically an RNN with a skip connection, like someone put here, with some more this. What I wanted to focus on, okay, that this is you do for yourself, is to be able to assign them into this. Okay? Each one of the gates, output, input, forget gates, to understand how it works.
Sorry, just asking here, do we need to map the right function to the right gate, or what is your point? Okay.
Yes. It was an exam question before. I moved before the session. I went over a lot of exam questions to see what could be asked, what was asked before. So I just saw it and I thought, if they're gonna ask something about LSTMs, it would be something of the sort, you know, like about the high weight, like just to say, you know, that the advantage of this over RNNs is basically, yes, it has more complexity here, some more logic, but it has this gradient highway which prevents from it to have the vanishing gradient, at least to the same magnitude. Okay. Okay. Let's see, what will we talk about now? I think RNN and LSTMs, and then we have advanced topics, GAN, and we have variational autoencoders, and we have a little bit of attention. But I really killed you in the last lecture, huh? I just went about it yesterday and like, what the hell? It's just the entire world of computer science in one lecture. Yes, forgetting input are quite similar, yeah. Do we want another break before that, like 15 minutes or something, or should we just continue? We'll take another break, 15 minutes, yes. Yeah, let's do have a break. Yeah, 15. Let's do it until 4:45. That's it, basically, guys. That's it. We have advanced topics, and then we're done with the topics of i2dl.
Can I ask
But
a
as I
question
said,
during the break?
yes, of course.
For the respective field again, like I understand the formula now. I'm just wondering why is like R1 the filter size, like when you go up to the formula one slide before. Yeah. Why is R1 the kernel size of the first layer? Because like if R1 is like the respective field, I would expect it to be the kernel size times the kernel size. So if I have ever like a 3 times 3 filter, I would expect it to be 9 instead of 3.
Yes. Right. Coming from this.
Mm-hmm.
The receptive field is 3/3.
Yes.
It is 9. It is 9 pixels.
Okay, but for the formula we only take 3.
Yes, so as I said, okay, I guess we missed that. We do this for the height, and we do it for the width of the kernel.
Okay.
Okay, separately, because usually they are just the same size. We just calculate it once. We don't need to calculate it twice.
I was a bit confused because you talked about like the flattening out and being connected to everything, and therefore 8 times 8 at the end. That's why I was like confused. You make
So that's my bad. That's my bad.
Yeah, but thank you.
It actually turned out to be 8 already before we flattened it, right? It was like this R3 layer.
Can you say it again?
When we calculated R3, it was already 8 at that point, and then it didn't change anything when we flattened it. Each pixel is still.
Yes. Yes. Of course. Yes, but when we flatten it, that doesn't change it. It's just flattening. It's the same structure, right? It's just taking the metrics and flattening. When you do another function on it that corresponds to stuff, then then this corresponds to everything.
Ah, right. Okay, yeah.
But
thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
When I flatten it out and have like a linear layer, like we made our example, right? We just set in the filter size and so. Oh yeah, you still have it there if you go down. Oh. Yeah, we still had the example, right? Where we had 8 at the end. And then you said like because of the linear, it's 8 times 8. But if we say we only calculate the height, it's before even the linear 8 times 8, no?
So it has to be always both height and width, always. Like it just for simplicity. What we're doing here has to become. But so when I ask this, it's gonna be the entire image. It's gonna be 64 pixels or 8 by 8. Okay.
Yeah, but if I understood you correctly, I already have in the flatten layer right now 8 times 8.
No. In this one you have yeah, maybe
That's why I'm confused.
No, it makes no sense. No. Just okay. This will never happen because this is 8 by 8. I cannot do what I did here.
Yeah. Okay. But actually, like with the way we calculated, we would have 8 times 8, and then we would have another times because we have the linear layer. Right? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Think that this one will go. So if this is 8 by 8, convolution that stays the same, 8 by 8, and this is going to be 4 by 4, right? And this is also 4 by 4. And this is going to be 16. Maybe I have a problem. Let's see again. So this is 3. This is 4. Because it's there. Wait, right? No, but it's convolution. And then we do 2, 1. 4, let's say. Anyway, to the question, this layer already sees the entire image in this case. So we had a question. Did we go over transformers already? No, we haven't. We want to do it now. Also 8 by 8. It cannot be bigger than that, right? The linear layer is not related anymore to the formula. So it's just the understanding that it sees the entire image like a linear layer does. So it takes global information. This is just a bad example. Yeah, I also need a break. So what's your question? Can I answer it when we come back? I need a break from my brain. Yes, Daniela, yes. Yeah, I'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? Hey, recording in progress. And here we go again. Okay, so for you guys, we're going to do a little bit of convolution, so you could have a little longer break, those who don't want to go over it. Okay, let's just well, I think the best thing would to do, let me just find it, the word visualization I wrote. Yes. Now, just watch this. Exactly, just from the link, it's already from the right time. You could just see what it does. I think this guy is playing this like amazingly. Like it really shows you. Let's see if I can do it. Zoom. And then chat. Is there a chat here? Yeah.
React documentation is lying. That got your attention, didn't it? That's right. The React documentation is telling you to use.
Yes.
Result. Here's one of my animations. The input sensor on the left is true 3D form with a padding of 1 in this case. You can see each of the filters and their correct shape in the middle of the screen. And the animation goes through.
So basically what we see here in this example, you see the kernels, right? And you see how they go on over the channels, the entire channels of the input. You could also see, I don't know if I can annotate on this, but you could see my mouth, right? So you could see that it's padding, right? You could see the padding. You could see the original image that uses this blue thingy. And you could see that each of the kernels, different colors, each kernel creates a different feature map at the end. Each kernel takes the entire depth and spatial size, for example, 3 on 3, including the padding, and goes the entire thing. Each entry of the kernel is multiplied by a local value inside the input image. Yeah, for example, this very top left of the first one will be just multiplied by 0 because we have a padding of 0 here. And then after multiplying them, we sum them all up into a single scalar that resides here. And we do the stride and we move again. And we'll give you this one and this one and this one and this one with this one. until we finish with this kernel. This will give us one feature map. Then comes the second one and creates the second feature map, and the third one that creates the third feature map, etc., 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 etc. Tell me if that wasn't good enough, and we'll try again. Any reaction? Yay! Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, and I think we had one question about variational autoencoders, but we will get there. And Daniela asked, yes, but I answered that. If the linear layer always sees the entire image, yes, it does. Of course, yes. Before we even move there, I want to discuss why do the weights have to be the same across time in RNN? Because it's the same cell. In RNNs, it's basically you can just forget about this thing, and HT come here, and we just get another input. And the next one, this was removed, and another input, and HT plus 1 just goes encircled into the same cell. It's the same cell. It's not like different cells. We've found out is very bad. Also, LSTMs do the same, but they have some gradients flow, so they could not they could solve the problem of the vanishing gradient. Okay, I wanted to go and discuss units. Unit is the first super convolutional, like fully convolutional network that we've seen. Like we have no fully connected layer here, which is a great thing. First of all, because a first advantage of fully convolutional networks on top of versus fully connected layers is that the input size doesn't matter. Like you could apply this without changing the architecture at all to just different size of inputs. If this is already trained, it would matter. But you just don't have to change your architecture if you just take this as is and apply it to some new task, okay? As you can see here, it does follow this idea of reducing by half not necessarily half, but usually it is, just for convenience, the special size, and then making it deeper, 256 and 128 and 512. And then we have this part is the bottleneck, okay? And then we just start upsampling, and we saw different ideas of upsampling. What do we have? Wait, we'll get to that, Maximilian. What kind of upsamplings do we have? Transpose coefficient PS. We have also interpolation, which I find the best method. And max unpool, for example, yes, max unpool is also a way to do so, because it's just basically the inverse function of the max pool. But it means that the max pool would have to remember the indices, right, of where the maximum values came from. So let's say we picked some version of pooling, and we did it, and we did max pool, processed, up pool, process, up pool, process. The question here was, why aren't they the same? Well, this architecture that you see here is a very, very generic thingy. Usually it should. Also, here it has 2. In our architecture that we used in exercise 10, we had 23 of them, right? So this is not a thumb rule not to have the same. It definitely should. Okay, because for example, for segmentation, it has to have, because what the point of segmentation is to classify each of the pixels. So it has to have the same. Also, these super important skip connections of unit, why are they important? First, solve the problem of the vanishing gradient. Second, move fine-grained details, as they like to call it, between the encoder that knows a lot. The encoder has a lot of information. Yes, what did we say about the problem of autoencoders? That this is a hyperparameter that's controlled that if it's too small, not enough information will flow. If it's too big, it could just memorize the data. So we solved the problem of this being too small by just moving the information by skip connections. We don't care about this anymore. We do care because it does the same thing, right? It learns to be an autoencoder. It extracts relevant features. So each here will have interesting features to deal with, but also they will function as an input to the. So this one, it basically tries to guess what was here before. Like it tries to. It got some embedded representation, and it tries to understand what was here. So don't guess anymore, my friend. Here you have it. Okay, so it basically could learn more and more interesting things to do with it. The way we do the skip connections here is not by addition. It could be, but we do it with concatenation. Okay, which adds more parameters into the network, but allows us to be much more flexible with what we learn. Ahmed, I don't understand the question. Could you use skip connections with transfer learning? You mean like if we use this as pre-trained? Yes, of course you can. Because it gives you features, right? Like you're using the feature, like it learns features in some way. Why not to just use it also like this? This also gives you very fine-grained features. The first one is to solve, but couldn't the model then just use the input output to be perfect? It depends. If you're trying to do the task of autoencoder, of just reconstruction, yes, that's not the point here. We use unit not as a just in order to reconstruction of an unsupervised thing. We use units for different tasks. We use it for segmentation, which you cannot just copy the images. It's not the point. We could do it for depth estimation. We could do it for denoising, like we learned in the guest lecture, and many different things. It's not an unsupervised task anymore. Not necessarily, just okay. So Daniela said the first one is to solve vanishing problem, and what is the second one? What do you mean? Ah, yes. Okay. So like the purpose of skip connections. So it's to pass fine-grained features, basically moving some extracted features from the encoder to the decoder part to be used again. We call fine-grained is just the term to say they are interesting, they are important, they are rich. Okay, because without it, this would have to be guessed from here. With unit structure, the output is a lot sharper. Yes. Please, could someone resend the link to the LaTeX PDF again? Could someone please do that? I could also do that, but here. I have it here. Share. Copy. Oh. Okay, so enough about units. I hope it was well understood. Okay. We talked about skip connections, which is super important. We talked about the advantages of fully convolutional, about the fact that it's much like, remember that we had in the autoencoder fully connected layers, and here we have convolutions which are much more lightweight and can extract features much better because they have local context or not global context. And we have the fine-grained, and we have we can use this kind of architecture for more tasks than just unsupervised tasks. For example, segmentation, depth estimation, denoising, etc., etc., etc. Okay. For example, all the DAL-E that you see basically use some kind of this, some variant of these architectures to basically create the images that we see. This is why I find it so exciting. You know, we're actually dealing with real world, groundbreaking, future changing stuff. And it's not like quantum computing. Okay, let's talk about a little bit about transformers and attention. Okay, you just want attention. Attention. Okay, so the problem, one of the biggest problems that we have with RNN and LSTMs was the how did we phrase it? The long-term dependencies between tokens. What is a token? Token is an embedded input to the network. So if we take a sentence, I love i2dl, and of course we do, we embed this into some vector at fixed size, we take this vector at fixed size, we take this, and we feed them all together into the network. So the thing is, here we don't have long-term dependencies anymore in that context, because what happened in RNN, a word that this is the blocks that we had, and a word that came here, the only way for it to communicate with a word that came here was through all this multiplication, which is very far, very hard, very implicit. And then we introduced the LSTMs, which had this current state. So it had this kind of connection, direct connection that it could have. Okay. So this LSTM basically solved this kind of problem, but still was the same shape of recurrent thing that come after, it had to come after each other. Attention said, no, no, no. We're just taking all of them together. And this is one word embedding, one embedding, one embedding. And we're just connecting them all together in the same way. Okay, no recurrence anymore, which is a problem, and they solved it. And because we do know, like, for example, we want to translate a sentence, recurrency has its importance, right? We need to know in what order they came. It's not right to say that we don't want them to be in order. So for that, each embedding in the attention mechanism got some each. Okay, let's do this. Each embedding. Let's have one word, second word, third word, and each one of them got some timing embedding. Basically, they use sinus and cosinus functions to basically to say which came first. Okay, you just concatenate it to the embedding and send it to the network, and this is how it's processed. So it knows, it has more information. It has some recurrent information. What is attention? Attention, I think, in the most basic concept of it is we have different embeddings, we have different inputs, okay, and we say we have, and each one of them gets a weight. Okay, this will get W1, W2, W3, and in some context that is learned, we learn W1, W2, W3 to have, okay, given this sentence, how much this token is important, how much is this important, how much is this important. We learn the relationships between them. This is what we call attention. Okay, this is a very basic notion of it before even when we go to transformers. Okay, transformer introduced what we call self-attention, and which will go, I don't think we have it here actually, unless someone edited it. Do we have transformers? No, I don't think so. Where were we? Okay. So, so first, stop me if you don't get what I'm saying. Maybe I need to rephrase my stuff. Unless someone stops me and continue. Yes, please, to rephrase what I said. Yes. Okay. I think it's super important that we do understand, all of us understand what's going on here. And for those of you that will go to advanced deep learning, this is one of the main questions that they ask in their exam about attention. So it's good to start from beginning. Okay. So let's see how we do that. Okay, let's say we have a, let's drink beer in the English garden. Okay, and I know it's one word, but fuck it. We have a sentence. Okay, now we take each one of them and we create an embedding. Okay, we process it with some, each one of them is of course already some kind of raw embedding of some length, right? Because this is just how letters are represented in the memory. They're just ASICs numbers, right? Each letter. So they could be of different sizes, but when we embed them, they have to be of the same size. Each one of them gets something. Okay, now we have them. To that we attach for transformers, not necessarily for every attention, but let's just edit it. Some recurrence embedding. So basically using some functions like sinus and cosinus. When we get to transformers, we could see it. I'm not sure we have it here. And we concatenate it together, and this is how they fed to the net. What is attention? Attention is a set of weights. Each one of them will get a weight. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay? Initialized in some way. This is learnable parameters. Yes. And then we need to learn the correlation between them. But here we don't have the problem of RNN, because when we process, what I'm saying here is a result of what we get from transformer, okay? But they don't suffer from the problem that W1 or this encoded vector will be far away from the last one and will have trouble to relate to it. Okay, and this is just a simple sentence, right? If we talk about semantics of a paragraph or so, you know, for example, you want ChatGPT to write your review for your project, and definitely do. It has to know to have much better understanding of these long-term dependencies. And this is how it's done. So basically, after training, whatever I train, it could be, although in transformers with words, it could be, I use it, for example, in convolutions for computer vision. To learn, I have a convolutional layer with different, yes, with different kernels. Okay, and I want, they are just stuck together, right? I did like 64 of them, and then I can attach to each one of them a weight, to learn a weight that will give how much they correlate between each other. Like how, when I come to process them now, how much do they matter? Is this, maybe this matters not as significant, because we could think about it that each one of them gets a weight of 1, so they all matter the same way, but maybe it's not the same thing. So this is what we say about attention. They have some, this is not communism anymore. Not everyone is equal. Each part has a different weight to the final result. Okay? I'm sorry if I have offended anyone right now. So transformers, what they do, I will need to find, I think, a picture because I don't have it here. So let's go online. Let's see. It's not something embarrassing. So I will just, come on. How do I close this? Okay. Just stop sharing and then I'll find the transformer. Oh. Transformer. And images. Okay. Perfect. And was this explanation about attention okay this time? Did you understand what I tried to mean by having attention? Attention just means weighting different components of my input, of my feature maps, of my tokens on the things that I'm working with, because they do matter differently for each task. So some words will have better. Yes, and Manuel, this is exactly what we're getting to. So this is what we have, a multi-head attention. Oh, I cannot. Smart select. Let's just a sec. Okay. We'll do this, smart select. Need to some nodes, 50 nodes, playgrounds, boom. Okay. I want to annotate on this. Oh, so now let's look at the different components. So every word has stored here. Let's look at the different components. So first of all, we do embedding. This is what we said. There is some sources, the sentence, okay, and we have to embed them in some way. Each one gets an embedding. It could be something like in the encoder of the autoencoder. Okay, it gets something, it processes it with some logic, and we get an encoding. Then we add the positional encoding, as we said. For each one, we concatenate some positional encoding to say, where did you come from in the original input? And then we send it to a multi-head attention. What this does, it basically has, we said query, we said keys, and we send values. Okay. These are all the same. Okay. The keys and queries, all the same. It's the same tokens that we had from the embedding session. Keys are all the same. Values, all the same. Exact same embeddings. What we do now is we take the keys and the queues and we do matrix multiplication between them. What does it mean? That we will result with some kind either covariance or correlation between them. That's the word. Okay, correlation between them. So we'll have, for example, I love apples. So it will have I love apples and I love apples. Okay. And this one will have, of course, strong correlation. This one will have also love and apples, love and love. And the rest of the values are going to be the relationships that they learn. Like at the first iteration, it will be just bullshit, but slowly it will learn how to correlate between these words. So this one will give me a correlation function, and then I can basically I take this correlation matrix and I multiply it by the V's. Okay. Introduce the end and add no. Yes. Okay. So if I remember correctly, we have, so this one is not over yet. Like this one has to go through some kind of softmax. Okay. So this one, okay, I think I need to have the attention block also here. So let's just take it. Just a second. You just want attention. This thing. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay. So this part that we see here is what we see here. This is a multi-head attention. What is the multi-head? It means that this could undergo the same operation again and again and again, and just to get to learn different representation, different contexts. The more heads that you have, the better it will be. But because we have linear layers here, moves, this is super expensive, especially with like computer vision is super expensive when you do that. So the more layers it will have, the more your network will explode. So you need to be version of attention in a transfer. Oh, sorry guys, I don't follow the chat just sometimes. Okay, so what I want to show is that we do this. Okay, we have the matmul. We have a scale. A scale is basically dividing by the D and Q, which is the size of the embeddings. And then we have a mask. And a mask would, I think, okay, so this is different than the mask that we have in the encoder here. This is just different masking. I think it's just another learnable thing. For exactly what is this? But also, what the most important thing is we have a softmax, and the softmax, what it does, it takes what we learned here in this correlation map, and it first of all, it pushes them between 0 and 1, right? And it does it. It doesn't do it the entire matrix wise. It does it column wise or row wise, whatever you want, because it's the same. And then it will push them as probabilities. And what it does, it pushes like strong correlations will become stronger, lower correlations will become softer or weaker. And then we multiply it by V. And then we will basically have, after multiplying it by V, we will have some kind of the original vectors with some weighted, some weights that learned some weight. This is attention, as we saw it before. Okay. For our task, we get some attented output. Okay. Then when it goes here, it basically goes through. So this, we give the same things, like the same inputs, but differently. So this resembles, I know it doesn't look the same, but this is basically an autoencoder. Okay, this is encoder, this is decoder. So now that we've learned attention here, I will attach also some video that I think this is very, very, very good to what we're learning right now. Like explains really well. This is how I learned this. So basically, when we get this attentive thing, we sent it here, right? And then we learned also some mask multi-headed attention. What does this mean, mask multi-headed attention? It means this learns only relations between recurrent inputs. So now here it actually matters what the like the order where the inputs come in. It will not learn something that comes in the future. Okay, it doesn't learn attention to something that comes in the future for each one of the embeddings. Okay, so basically it could be, if this is the metric, if the correlation matrix, it will take only this lower half. And then after learning from the embeddings, remember that's what we had in UNet, that we have skip connections. That's exactly what's happening here. Okay, we pass some learned information and we keep processing further until we get the result of whatever we need it to be. Transformers have many different applications, so it's not necessarily one thing that gets out of it. You could use it also for computer vision, where you take an image and you divide it into different blocks. Each one is an embedding, and you could learn relationships between different parts of the images, which is super cool, super good. Basically state of the art right now in everything related to things. Okay, thank you very much, Julius, for sharing it. And that's all I'm going to say about attention transformers. You don't need to. That's more. I think it was even much more comprehensive than what you need to know. And basically, questions that were about that clear in, like I think in the previous exam, that was the only one, was what is the size? Like, what is this? Do transformers need fixed size inputs? Okay.
Quick question. Sorry, my internet just crashed here for 30 seconds. What are the targets? What do we feed into targets?
So the targets, I believe it's going to be the same thing. And for example, when you do it I have never worked with this with NLP, so I can just assume. For I understand, it's going to be the same thing as the inputs here. But for example, for visual transformers, where you use an autoencoder using a transformer, basically it's going to be the upscaled, corresponding upscaled, like in unit. So the targets would be, if I go back to where I was, this is this thing. Here the targets are going to be these. Okay, and they're learning the attention of the original image and using it here. That's what we pass on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'm not sure. Like I've never worked with it, so I don't have really much experience with transformers. So yeah, maybe. The question was: is the output of the what is the output of the transformer, right? So I think you two guys would know to explain it better than me. What I did want to, before we finish, so this one, never been asked in i2dl. I have no idea why they show you here that. Generative models. Okay, this is asked. Okay, so I do want to discuss variational autoencoders and GANs, and that's it. Okay, and then we could, of course, have some questions times, and then we'll all go and die somewhere. Okay, let's do variational autoencoder. I think that someone asked already a question about that. Since we don't have a picture here, and it's up to you to edit. Okay, so variational autoencoders. What is the difference between autoencoders and variational autoencoders? And we have two things. First of all, during training, it looks kind of the same, okay? But we do have another loss, and with the goal, we have another goal to train for. Basically, because it's a generative model, only at inference time, yeah, what we're trying to do, so here the bottleneck is actually attached to each other, right? It is like how you implemented it during your homework. This is how you did it, right? You just took the latent space and connected it to the decoder. In variational autoencoder, this is different. We have the encoder, okay, that give us two embeddings. Okay, then basically it will be just half of it or something. This one will be the mean. This one will be the learned study standard deviation. Okay. From that we sample. I laughed when in the guest lecture he said, we of course all know how to sample from a Gaussian distribution. I'm not sure that any of us ever sampled something from a Gaussian distribution. So there are quite complex algorithms how to do so, but you sample from a Gaussian this distribution that is being learned here. You sample a latent space and you decode it. And then this one is reconstructed. Therefore, you have two losses. You have the L2 loss or L1, whatever you want, for reconstruction because it works like the autoencoder. But we also have the KL divergence with the distribution that is learned in the beginning. So we have some kind of distribution of the data, and we want to learn it. So that's what we try to. KL divergence is some machine learning formula. I'm not going to show it now, but basically, and you don't need to know it for the exam, just to know the name. Okay, and we learn this way a distribution. This is a difference between original autoencoders and variational VAA. Okay, because this one do not learn any distribution. You could use it as the task we discussed before, that we could use it as like PCA or something else to encode different images into some embedded latent space and then use it in KNN to segment them or cluster them. But it doesn't know the distribution of it. It cannot generate new stuff out of it. When you learn a distribution, you basically learn a space where you could just sample stuff from it and reconstruct it properly, and we'll have something similar to what we had in the original, but that was never seen before. Okay, if you take a latent space from autoencoder, you will get exactly what you pushed into it that gave you the exact same thing. Okay, and that is the difference. And when you ask in the exam what is the difference, you say autoencoders learn distribution. Okay, besides reconstruction, they also learn a distribution. Also, during inference time, let me just delete all of this nice stuff. During inference time, remember what we did in exercise 8 when we deleted this? So no. Now we just drop this. Okay, this one is again two vectors representing the mean and the STD, and we just sample from it, reconstructing new images. Yes, so yes, that's exactly the difference. And so basically this autoencoder reconstructs the image. Also here, a variational autoencoder also reconstructs, but during testing, that's not the purpose of it anymore. It's to generate new stuff, okay? So that's it, I think, about that, unless you guys have another question. Cadet event gradient will only flow in the encoder. I think so. Yeah, this is just how it learns, right? Like it doesn't know that it doesn't have any distribution here. It has distribution here. Like this is like another way of reconstructing that. Another reconstruction, right? We reconstruct the distribution of the input here. What did they want? But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it also happens at the end. But for you, it doesn't matter. You're not supposed to do it for this one. That's for advanced deep learning. I want to see, maybe I have some other points about it before we go. Generative reinforcement learning, that's not important for you. Okay, so the last topic for today, when you say that it learns the mean and the SCD are presented as a vector of two single values. No, it's represented as a vector. Yes, it will be uploaded. It will take some time because it will need to process 7 hours of recording, but I will upload it to YouTube at some point. Today evening or something. Okay, so last topic for today is GANs, generative adversarial networks. And the point of variational autoencoders were nice, but they were not precise enough. And the idea here is we have two components. Okay, the first one is we have a completely unknown. We start with a completely unknown initialized latent space. We decode it, and we call it a G. Okay, now we have an image. Basically, it's just noise at the beginning. Then we send it to this decoder part that has a decoder part, and it does a binary classification. It takes two images. It takes an image from here, and it takes an image from here. So this is the original data set. This doesn't get an input. Okay, no input that gets into the generator. Only that the discriminator the discriminator gets something, and so it gets two images, and it is to classify them. Either the point of the discriminator is to say, oh, your images are bad, and these images are good. So it needs to say good or bad. Okay, and this tries to fool the discriminator. That's the min-max game. Now, this is very hard to optimize because it's very easily falls into what we call model collapse. Basically, the generator would just learn this specific image that fools the discriminator at some point, and it will just reproduce this every time, because its entire point in this world is to fool the discriminator. It doesn't care that we want to see beautiful images of us as Tarzan somewhere. Okay. So this one wants to create, this one is real images. This is binary classification, is just a convolutional neural network with some fully connected layer at the end to give us two outputs, or even one if it's just binary cross entropy, right? So this would be binary cross entropy. Okay, now the problem is, so how to solve this problem of the model collapse? We do it in iterations. So basically, we freeze the learning part of the discriminator, and we train for a few iterations just the generator, and then we freeze this one, the weight of it, and we train only the discriminator. This way, they found out that it actually manages to solve or to overcome this huge problem. It still suffers from the problem that the losses need to somehow balance each other. Otherwise, one overfits and one underfits completely. What I wanted to say, I've read some notes about that, I think. Let's see. Does it have solution? Okay, I think I've gone through everything I wanted. Let's see if there is anything here. So basically, we have the discriminator loss. Okay, as you can see, it is basically the BCE, okay, or the cross entropy. Okay. You send two images. The one is the original one, and the second one is the fooled or the generated one, and it wants to And for the original one, it will get this, and for like we do with a very simple BCE. Okay, and the original loss was just the minus of it, but it was a big problem. It's caused the model collapse quite. Great supervision, great high, great new faces, conversion. I think that's all you need to know. Yes. So basically, is there like I saw one exam. Oh, sorry. Please, could you share with us your recap notes? The questions were really nice, and I would like to go through them again and make sure I'm understanding everything. Yes, I will, but it's really nothing. It's just points for myself. Like most of the questions that I've asked you were from my just very simultaneously. So I could of course share it, but it's basically nothing. So I think that's it, guys. I think we're done with the material. It took, as I promised, 8 hours, but I guess you're exhausted as I am. So if we have any more questions about anything, fusion models, no, it's not going to be in the exam. Yeah, losing my attention.
Thanks very much.
You're most welcome. Okay, I'll stop recording right now.